Hey, Laura. Welcome. I'm glitching. Okay. Can you see me better? Yeah, I put the data on just in case. Um, yeah, I also have my other device in here too because I seen that you written something, but it's a bit far away. So and the letters are tiny for me. So the one that I'm using to see the messages, it also started lagging. So yeah, I will have to restart the phone. But yeah, I'm trying to see, it's so tiny the letters for me. But I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you so much for joining and appreciating my new space. Thank you. That is my space that is new, but it's not new. But it's new. And also the decoration is the same. Like I always bring, the poster of the sun, and I bring the Buddha. The Buddha that is behind me, you cannot see it because I'm in the way. And then I have Luna's picture. Um, but yeah, I was thinking about changing it, maybe buying another poster, maybe changing the major arcana. We'll see next year how I feel, how I am going to be feeling about the poster. But I don't know. I have a lot of fond memories of the poster of the sun card. Um, I think that it's very fitting. Um, um, I remember when I bought it. I think that I bought it because I was like, okay, I want a new poster or a new. This is not a poster. It's made of cloth. Um, and and I wanted a good one, big and good quality, that doesn't look cheap. And this one, I don't remember if they had other major arcanas. Hello, I don't remember. Um, I don't even remember, like, consciously being like, oh, I'm picking this one and this is what I'm buying. I think that I bought it. I'm like, oh yeah, it's the Sankar. But I think that I just made it out of an impulse, or I was being intuitive, maybe not paying that much attention. And then with time, I started to look at the details. I mean, like, oh wow, is the sun card, and and I don't know, maybe I thought that it was like the image of the sun, but then I started to look at it, and it has, like, usually the sun card, the major arcana in the deck, in the tarot deck, it has like, there's like a child, a naked child, also with the sun, looking happily, looking very happy. So this one, maybe I thought that it was like the image or the scenario of the sun, and it's sort of, you have mountains, you have, a sort of trail. So maybe I saw that it looked pretty, but I didn't like entirely think about the meaning of the sun card. And then with time, people were mentioning how it depends on how I'm seated. Sometimes when, I used to hang it like lower, and I used to sit like in a lower position, it would sort of start here above my head, and you can see the sun rays like somehow covering my head behind me, and it would look like a crown, literally. Um, and I didn't thinking about, the content, all the years that I have been doing this, and this. this has been with me um, for a very long time, and I think that is not a coincidence. That somehow maybe the sun card, or this poster is meant to be part of the identity of the channel, or is meant to be with me while I'm recording this. Of course, it's not only for the channel. When I used to also study online, or when I do some kind of course online, and when I have like Zoom meetings, or when I'm here working online, I also have it behind me. So I think that it's very fitting how the sun card like brings this energy. Um, in astrology, I also have the sun in the first house, so it sort of makes sense, to um, when I'm here to be able to embrace the energy of the sun. Even though when we think about reading tarot, and when we think about intuition um, and connection, and the atmosphere that I want to give, usually people go for the moon, the card of the moon, the high priestess. Um, but I think that for me, I'm more leaning towards the happy cards, like the more like vibrant cards. And I haven't realized that how important the sun card is for my identity or my personality online. Um, and also the Empress. I have some T-shirts that I had a friend of that a very good friend that she used to do this personalized T-shirts with the major arcanas, and I would get always the priestess, not the high priestess. I have the high priestess. I have a shirt of the high priestess, but I also have another ones of the empress. So I think that it's all about embracing the symbolism and how much they had accompanied me. Um, the Buddha also is a company is a company of mine. Um, I remember there was a moment where I only had this Buddha in my house, and I used to place it in another room at the entrance of my house. And there was a subscriber of mine that she was like, when I moved into the new room, she was like, "Where is the Buddha? Like the Buddha is always behind you. Where is it?" And I'm like, "Oh, I took it somewhere else." Um, so I had to bring it. I had to get another one for my entrance, for the entrance of my house, and I have to get this one that this Buddha represents. Contemplation, meditation, just being calm with your own thoughts. And I think that is very fitting for what I do here. At least for me, this is you know, my motto, I guess, my vision. Um, I want tranquility. I always emphasize the same. I need peace. I need tranquility while I'm doing this. This is why every time a place feels off, or it feels small, or it feels like somehow restricted, um, I always change locations. And it is a whole, it's a whole chore to bring all the things here and there. Um, and probably on the rainy days when it gets really loud, the rain, I don't know. Probably I will go downstairs to record the live streams, so I don't get that interrupted. Um, but I was noticing on in the last live that I was using, I had the AC on, that it was very loud. I noticed that you guys were right. It doesn't appear on the live stream. Like you cannot even hear it in the background, or if you hear it, it's very far away. On the contrary, I think that I was reviewing the live stream, and I was like, I was literally yelling. I was yelling. So I don't know. It's because I have it here. It's very loud for me. So I would raise my voice. So in the live stream, I noticed that I was yelling a bit. So I was like, I have to moderate that as well. Um, because yes, maybe you guys cannot hear it, but I can hear it because it's next to me. So that's why I would appear on the live stream as if I was yelling, and there was no need because you guys could hear me well. But I did notice that I was raising my voice. But this thing is very loud. It's very loud. But well, I need an AC. The Sankar saying you are a queen. The sun card, I think that the sun card, it's is about, this is why, in the tarot you have a naked child, because it talks a bit about you allowing yourself to be seen, as you are, come as you are. And I think that the sun card talks about authenticity and embracing, um, with positive eyes, our energy, our truth, our presence, our happiness, our talents. So it's about, yeah, exposure, but also be happy, about being who you are. Um, and I think that is very important. I noticed this. I've always been spontaneous or, authentic, but maybe, for tarot readings or for, the audience, sometimes people are like, oh, is she for real, is she like this, you know and I don't know about others, but about me, I think that I had been, showing myself the way I am, talking about myself, showing my face to the camera, um, while reading for idols, for actors. I have been, very consistent. I have been here. I had brought the authenticity, the presence, and I think that the sun card is very fitting, for this. I don't know how other people do it, in other channels, but for me, it's all about authenticity. Like, and I show myself, and I'm sure that people that watches my videos, they stay because they like me and probably they resonate with the way I am. Um, and um, and yeah, like I always say, I don't have, like, a fancy camera, nor, I'm not really good at editing. um I try with the thumbnails. I try, I try to make it work. um but I think that at the end of the day is all about presence, and it's all about, showing up for the people. Um, but for me, it had always been about being authentic. When I don't want to read about something, I'm like, I'm not going to be a people's pleaser so I can get views or so I can get people to watch my videos. Like, no, I'm going to have this channel with this kind of readings, with this that I want to do, with the request of the people that I appreciate, even though we don't know each other in person. But I'm like, there has to be, boundaries, or there has to be an order. There has to be an order because, at the end of the day, it's my channel. And like I always tell you, it's like it's my face. I'm the one doing this. So somehow, if you get caught up in the crazy request, and in people spamming, and people being obsessive, and people having this sort of obsession about tarot readings and their biases. Like, if you mix tarot reading with biases, or with, um, celebrities, this can go on and on and on and on, and we would be constantly reading and talking about the same people all the time. But I think that for me, it's like, no, I want to give room to the groups that no one talks about. Like, I had always, if you go back to my readings, you will always find, yeah, some names that are, not very known, very famous, But you will also have some people that you're like, this is an actor, this is a celebrity from another part of the world. I want to expand, I want to give the people what they want, but I also want to add a bit of, um, like, let's think outside the box. Let's catch up with what is going on. Um, I don't want to get political nor anything, but I think that it's necessary um, to not be always like, reading for the same. Like, this is why when I started the reading, and now that we're talking about unusual ships, I started the channel, and as the years pass, or the first year pass, I started to do the live streams and talk and express my opinion, about me not liking ships. um, and it's not that, I have something against people that support ships. I think that, what makes you happy, and probably, if someone ships an actor with an actress, and if you see the chemistry, and if you are like, I think that is there, great, you know. But for me, when I pull the cards, the cards are very blunt about, the nature. I'm not saying I know these people. I'm no magician, nor fortune teller. But sometimes, you know, uh, I don't see the chemistry, or I don't see it. So I think that, and it's not something personal. Actually, with time, things start to develop, and some ships start to disappear, because it doesn't matter how many tarot readings you get for those two. It's as if you're asking for someone that you have a crush on, and you're like, okay, is he going to call me today? Are we going to meet? Does he think of me? What does he think of me? And maybe it's just a regular coworker, or it's someone that you see and that you have a crush on the person, but that doesn't mean that is reciprocated. And the cards are also like very, very transparent about, like, yeah, maybe what you are feeling is not how they're feeling. So yeah, it's like, no, we don't need more delusional people, right? Like, I think that we have to do it, but, you know um being conscious, you know I think these style posters are meant to be chosen intuitively, as it's all connected to spirituality. If we have no boundaries in the community, I'm afraid it's gonna be, yeah, the equivalent of crazy K-pop fans towards idols. I would be scared. Yeah, and also is a place of, like, the energy of those communities is always fueled with fear, because when people are fanatics, or when people get fixated, um is it all, they take up space, and not in a good way. So if someone says, I think differently, or I don't see it, or I don't like this, people go off towards that person for being honest, or for stating their mind. So I think that I'm like, no, in my community, I don't want that, because I have people that they are fans of different groups. They are multi-stans, or they are fans of a group. Maybe they don't know much about others, but they are not jumping each other in the comment sections. I have, some, people in the community that they maybe are, a fan of a group, um, and for them, that group is what they know, and what they love, and what they cherish. But they are not, jumping at another person in the community while they are talking about their favorites. They're like, well, I don't know about that group, but if you say that their comeback was good, I'm going to go and check it out. You know, and they are very kind like this. But um if everything it revolves around the same fandom, or the same group being named, oh no, no, it's going to be very toxic. And I think that, you know because I've been part of communities like this in the pandemic, when I just was like, taking my time off because of the pandemic, and I was consuming more K-pop. So I had the time to be online and start to go, to discover Discord or to go into chat rooms. Or back then there wasn't no TikTok yet. Um, but I started to connect more with people that were fans, and I started to get to know certain groups and their content, and and trying to understand this whole exciting universe, of K-pop, that is it has a lot of plenty of content, so it's amazing. It's a beautiful experience actually to get, the first time when you get into K-pop. There's so many things that in K dramas it must be the same. There's so many genres. There's so many contents. There's so many artists that they have collaborations, and then they talk about this and they go here and they do this content. So I think that I understand why it's addictive. um but I think that there was a moment where there's someone or there's a group of people that take over the conversation, and they are somehow like the police of K-pop. They are like the police of K-pop, literally. And it's like, if you don't think like them, you are the worst. And I think that, no, like, at least for myself, that I was a 30 something woman, I was like, no, no, like, yeah, I can be wrong because I don't know these people. I'm just, getting to know them. But you accusing me of something, like, oh, you don't know, you are wrong. Like, chill, chill. Okay, yeah, I'm maybe not that, but yeah, I don't mean it like I'm not trying to be, insulting to anyone. And with tarot readings is the same. People think that when the reading doesn't go that well, or when there's something like there's I get a lot of, like, not negative, but I get like a lot of, like, the message gets stuck. People think that I have something against that person in particular. But I don't know, for me, I trust the tarot, and I say what the tarot transmits. So if I see something, I'm not going to take it back, because and I put the tone, and I add the tone, um, that I feel like in the moment is necessary. Um, Sometimes, you read for certain people that they don't change. Their energy is pretty much the same. The same that I read for 2 years ago is the same. So but if you are the fan, and if you think that you know better, that you know them better, okay, don't watch me then, or don't ask me any more tarot readings, or just go somewhere else. Because if you know better, if you know the artist better, like, okay, stay with what you know. But I will stay with the tarot. That is what I know. So yeah. Wait, guys, I have to put this because I cannot see the letters. I cannot see the comments. People are going to start talking loudly because today is Mother's Day here in Argentina. I don't know if you guys celebrate it over there, or in some part of maybe some of you are from Latam. I think that you guys, some people from Latam, I think that they celebrate it on May, just like in the US. But in here it's October. So yeah, it's today. It's today, Mother's Day. I'm a casual K-pop listener of many groups, but when I tell someone who is a fan of the group, they say, "What do you know about the group?" When you get called an auntie, when you're just not putting the idol on a pedestal, yes, he's like I can say that I don't like this comeback. Like, it's okay. Like, I can just go and say it and just go. But people are like, it's like, what are you talking about that you don't like this? And I'm like, it's not my style. And when you don't know the K-pop mentality, at first you're like, Yes, then you actually can't really give an opinion in certain places. Yes, at least we can hear. Yeah, this the thing, and I think that honestly, like, and I'm not a Libra person, but maybe it's because I have my midheaven in Libra. So I'm like, there's something that is very off about K-pop spaces or commentary, because I'm very interested in hearing other people's point of view, because my job, my role had always been listening to others. So I learned a lot from other people's perspectives. And about K-pop, I seen like when I enter certain conversations, is the polarity is going to the extremes of I love my group and there's nothing wrong with my group and they are angels and they are perfect and they are the best sellers and they are like everything that they do is perfect and the others are nugus. And then you have the other part that is the people that they constantly are. I think that inside they don't like K-pop. There's something about like I'm also interested in hearing people's disagree. People being like, I think that this group is not that good, or I think that, and I'm like, okay, explain yourself. Like, why do you think that this group, it's not deserving of this, or it's not deserving? Like you are like, oh, they are overhyped, like they're not that good. And like I'm like, okay, I actually I'm really interested in hearing, the side of the person that is like I think differently. So I'm like, okay, I'm like, between the other one that doesn't see any flaws and everything is perfect and it's like a cult, I'm like going to the other side to see what they're thinking, what they're saying. And it's also very aggressive. I'm like, because I don't agree with neither. So I feel so out of place. I feel like I don't agree with neither of them because like I I can resonate with the critical part. I mean, like, maybe there's professionals or people that they know more about music than me, or they know more about production than me. So those people I'm interested, the view of someone that knows. But then, then when I start like hearing it here, I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. But then I find a moment where I'm like, you are also biased. You also have a bias. It's just that you disguise it with, oh, I'm just being, real, or I'm being critical, or I'm being observant, or I'm being, and I'm like, no, you actually have, there's a pattern, there's a pattern of like, oh, this that is popular, I don't like, and we can all be like this, but I feel like I don't agree with neither part. So I slowly retreat myself from any kind of conversation like this because um, I think that we all have the ability to be critical, but um, sometimes it's like when you get too comfortable with critical, you are a hater. Like like and I think that the energy of being a hater is something that you don't recognize that you are being a hater because probably you are in a certain environment that is like everyone is taking their shot to to call someone out or to talk bad about groups. So it's like this massive wave of like, oh, let's talk the truth about certain K-pop idols, the truth. What I think is the truth, and what I see, I see it from a rational perspective, but it's just an opinion. Like, why are you so like, you know? It's just that, obviously, I haven't been in K-pop that long. Actually, I think that I have because but seeing how many things have happened, especially to my favorite groups or to some other groups that I'm getting to know, um I realized that, yeah, they are not, of course, they will never be perfect. There will always be a scandal. There will always be accusations. There will always be like a low in sales popularity, and there will always come someone new. Um, and and people, people, the idols have the right to be tired, to be tired, to not be as amazing as they were like 5 years ago. They can change their priorities, they can change, they can grow. There must be some idols that they are like thinking like, oh my god, when is my contract ending, because I want to get out of here, I don't want to be in this industry. um but sometimes when I get also very picky about things, I'm like, you have no idea how much work is in there. So, sometimes it's better to be kind. And if you don't like something, just don't say anything. Just don't say anything. If you don't like it, don't listen to it, or, silence. But don't, don't get into like, oh, I think I have an opinion. I'm going to turn on my camera because I have an opinion. Mm. Yes. Yes. I wanna. Uh-huh. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. It is like, I can also talk bad about my bias. Not bad. I think that I can also be like, this is my bias. I didn't like his solo work, or this song is not my favorite. I can say it. I can say it. Um, because it's my opinion. But will I keep supporting him? Yes. 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 Is his work or his style or his choices my favorite at the moment? No. But I'm not the one that has to make the money. He is the one, or they are the one, not me. So it's like, if you don't have anything nice to say, just. I think people mix up talents with idols' personalities, thinking they are the same, but it's not. An idol can have an amazing personality, but not might be the best singer. Maybe some fans are just too emotionally attached to the idols and many may be lonely inside. Yes, they project a lot. So this is why, for them it's like the idol or the bias in them is like the same person. So if you say something negatively about, someone that is your bias, you feel it like a personal attack. Yes. It's maybe a popular opinion, but I always found the fandom names and the way idols always mention it all the time cringe. Is giving her and cold mentality. Yes. Yeah. I also feel it. Yeah. Especially at award shows when they mention the fan's name, I'm like, it's like, I think that there was a moment in K-pop where they weren't announced. The fandom name wasn't announced that much, but then someone did, and somehow the fandom started to take up a space of exposure and popularity. I'm like, oh, this group mentioned us. Because back then, or at least when I was young, a group of fans is fans. It's like, thank you to my fans, whoever you are, thank you. Uh, but now it's like this whole, um, this whole. It seems like the fandom is a whole persona themselves. But I understand, because in K-pop they do put a lot of money and energy, so they deserve to have a subtitle. But yeah, at first when I heard it, I was like, I know what they're doing. You see when it's, I know why you, yeah. Mm. Yeah, you might just like them. Yeah, like me, I just like them. Yes. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it depends on what kind of criticism we're talking about. Yes. If it's hating for the sake of hating, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. But people, this is what I notice about hearing certain conversations. I'm like, people are really angry. People are really angry. People are really angry, and I think that they're just waiting for something to go wrong. Um, I don't know how you say it in um, in English, but it's like this self-proclaimed prophecy. When you think that, oh, they are going to fall, they are going to fall. One day they're going to fall, and it's like you are wishing it. You are waiting for this to happen. You are waiting for them to mess up. So what kind of fan are you? I mean, what kind of spectator are you? If you're waiting for an idol to fall and to be like, I knew it. I knew it. I knew that group was weird. Wow, your intentions is like wow. In my case, I read for Tail and I didn't know that Tail was a Greek. I didn't get it in my cards. I didn't get it. So this is why I'm like, sometimes when we are not looking, when we are not paying attention, when and these things happen, like you have to take reality. Yes, what is happening is the reality. um but to be able to, because I remember when it happened, everyone were like, oh, because if he is like this, it means that his group is like this. So it's um is again is the whole burning the witches, is the whole like pointing the finger at like who is going to be next. And I think that that's so, we're talking about people's lives in here. There's a victim, there's potential victims. So let's not make it that based on you know people just talking, because it's a very serious matter. Yes. Also, even celebs in general, when you see some being adored and everyone love them, but you can be sure there's going to be a point when the person is going to be canceled at some point. Yes, exactly. Yes, I feel like anyone is under the spotlight will have a controversy at some point. No, after how dumb it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know I would if I was an if I was an idol. I would, I would, I would get canceled. Um, if I was an idol, I would date as much as possible. I don't know about you guys, but I would date as much as possible. I will date all your biases, all your biases. It's like, is she flirting with them? Yes. Oh my god. If I was an idol, the editor's going to have to help everything I say. Yeah, got it, got it, got it. I have Venus and Mars in Pisces, so I can make you all go the lulu about me. Like you have no idea. You will never know. You will never know. Like, oh, did she really did that? Yeah, I did. I'm going to ghost you all. Like, no, that didn't happen. No, it was all a dream. It wasn't me. I'd be super discreet, but I think would definitely would date and be paranoid. Same Fluffy, same energies. We will have to debut in the same group, Fluffy, you and I, so we could cover our tracks. we should cover our tracks. Like you help me and I help you. We help each other. Literally, I would too. Like I have the opportunity. Gaslight final boss. Hello, Samara. Yeah, we have to support each other, of course. You know how the business is for women. So, we have to be a girls, like you help me cover my tracks, and I will help you cover your tracks, and I will make you look like a saint. Actually, the best way to cover this is actually for us to, you know, start a ship with each other, so we flirt with each other, so people think that we are in love with each other. Meanwhile, we date other people. How about that? That's a great plan. We're all gonna become players. Yes, me, same. Yes. I don't know why. I would see you, Fluffy, I would see you sort of dating an actor. Maybe not another idol, but I would see you dating a young actor, like someone very low key like you. Beautiful, beautiful, like, but very reserved, or very chill. Um, Butterfly. Yeah, we have to do the fan service, so they think that we are not, so they think that we are not interested in men. So yeah, that we don't want your biases. No, no. Yeah, I think that for because an actor is like, especially, like, I don't want to say like Song Kang, but yesterday I was reading for this actor of Bon Appetit, Your Majesty. I think that his name is Lee Chemin, and he's dating this other actress. And I read for them, and he is like, I mean, the guy has a lot of responsibility because he's becoming very popular, or like, his career is rising and everything, but he got the King of Pentacles, so it gives me like this guy that he really wants to be with her, like he really wants to be in a committed relationship, even if this is out and everyone knows. So I'm like, I like it. I like his seriousness, about his personal life. I think that sometimes, I value so much when idols or actors start dating in real life, because it gives them, for me, to be like, to be famous, and to have the potential of actually losing a lot if somehow the truth is out. um but I find them, this is why I love Chen so much, Chen of EXO. I know that people are like, yeah, well, there wasn't very good, a very good, action of his as an idol, him being working as an idol, he didn't take the measures, or maybe he didn't expose the reality in a very, there's not a good way to expose that you're dating or that you're about to get married and have a family, but well, you know um but me seeing it from that perspective, I'm like, I actually find them more attractive. I'm like, because I know that they have this relationship, they are working on this relationship, they are staying in this relationship, and at the same time, they're also entertaining you. They're showing you this in this show, they're having this chemistry with someone else, but they also are able to sustain a relationship, be kind to the other person, being able to maybe be in love, and just being loving, and be truth to someone. I respect that. I think that we shouldn't suppress the idols, not the idols, because the idols can be tougher than an actor. I think that an actor is like, well, fans somehow can take it, But I think that the idol is different because the idol is like this 24/7 persona. It's like a mask that you have to wear constantly because everyone is watching you. And also their career is sort of built around that persona. It's like if you sleep a bit, they don't believe you anymore and they will not consume you anymore. It doesn't matter how talented you are. And it's unfair, yes, but it's because of the parasocial. It's because it's built like this. It's built to, it's like, you know, a role play where you cannot get out of the role play. If you do, you somehow are like damaged goods. I don't crush on actors or maybe enemies. I fall for one person only, though I'm a sucker like that. I don't date her. I fall for one person only. I'm a sucker like I don't date around. or of all the idols you read so far, who seems to have the least scandals? Like to be the least problematic, you mean? Amberly was talking about how they have to sing about love, yet they're not allowed to experience relationship. How do you expect them to be able to sing? For me, honestly, the one that gives me and because you mentioned something about scandal, but for me is Yoongi, is BTS Yoongi, and I know that there was a scandal. They tried to make it a scandal for him, but I think that the more unproblematic that I see, like the one that feels like, yeah, this is what I do every day. My life is boring. I'm a workaholic, and yeah, sometimes I go out with friends and then I go home and that's it. For me, it's Yoongi. For me, it's Yoongi. The one that is like, yeah, this is what I am. This is my life. Yeah, very simple, like simple. Um, of course, he's a perfectionist and he worries, but I think that I see him like he is not interested in you know like being talked about. I think that actually it bothers him, how people always try to drag him into the conversation. Or it's like, I don't want that. If you're a fan of me, just buy my album and consume my music and consume what I do and come to my concerts, but just don't talk about me. There's something about him. Just, I don't want the spotlight. I just want to be good at my job. And that's it. Mm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Jungi and I would share the same mentality for hiding it in the showers. In the shadows, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that when I read for some idols, I don't feel like they have the potential of being problematic. I think that what is problematic is the fandom's, the fans' expectations on them that puts a lot of pressure on a person, and also the industry as well. The staff, the people that manage them, the CEOs. I think that the idols, it seems like they are, very pure. I don't want to say like they're innocent, because no, this is a job. But I think that that they enter the business very young. um and there's something about what they have to do, that they always have to be wanted, they always have to be beautiful, they always have to be perfect, they always have to be open, to interact with the fans, with the people, be pleasant, being a people's pleaser. So at the end, for some people, it's going to be tough to stay, always in that people pleasing attitude. Especially, it's like your shadow is going to push to come out. It's going to push to come out. This is why I think that being an idol is not for everyone, because it's not like you always can be this nice and person that is always smiling. And what about if you are struggling, or if you're sad and you have a lot of cameras on your face, or maybe if you're not in a good mood and you are with your team members, and somehow you look at someone, in a very like not friendly way, and then people start speculating. I think that what is also very damaging is that nowadays, because everyone has an opinion and everyone makes commentary and everyone creates content around what idols do, they take, they cut a part of some interaction, and they create a sort of narrative about it. They create their own narrative, and then more people join, and more people, leave their inputs. Oh, I think this happened. Oh, I think that this didn't happen. So at the end, I think that is the damaging is what people can make out of your content, out of your image. People can take anything out of context and be like, oh, she said this, let's cancel her. And if you are someone that you have, that you're like, I'm very truthful. If I make a mistake, I'm going to say I'm sorry. But when you have people, that somehow are trying to talk over you, like, oh, you said this, I understood perfectly, you meant this, and it's like, no, I actually meant, I meant something different. But if they want to hate, they're going to hate you. Yeah. How do you think idols can navigate these fandoms? I wonder if things will change. I don't know. Let's ask the cards. Let's see. Did you see, Fluffy, that I shared that JYP Caterers Games is airing this next weeks? I think that we are going to have one episode each week until the end of this month. So I'm excited because it's like I don't know much about JYP groups, but there's like a lot of new groups and a lot of JYP is there, which bad decision. Because he steals, like that man steals, like he takes away the, like, leave the children alone. Like, why would you put JYP in there? Oh my god, like no. Like it's like you bringing, like for other companies, you don't have the CEO playing with them. So why do you give a mic? Why do you give camera time to someone like JYP? I'm sure he paid to be there, but yeah, I'm sure he has fans, so probably he's there. Can you imagine do like a Hive again? Like the game scatterers for Hive groups, and you having Vampiri in there, jumping with them. Like I don't think that. But well, JYP is everywhere, and I'm very upset that my bias is not in there. Like I understand that there's a lot of groups, but what is going on with JYP? I know that it's not just JYP. I seen other I don't know if I don't remember exactly what other company it was, but yeah, there wasn't all the members. It was just 3 or 4. But I'm like, I want to see my bias. Like why, like why did you remove him? Like why did you remove him from the content? I want to see my bias. My bias is hilarious. Like I want to see him compete. Like, oh my god. Like, I know I'm being selfish because I'm sure that there's other fans that they're so happy to have the members that they are in there. But for me, it's like disappointing. JYP trying to stay relevant core. Ah. Yes, the Victoria's Secret show, they only had three members of Twice with a lot of backup dancers. Yeah, for me, I was so against that. Like, I don't know, for me, it would have been like, you won the group, you will have to take all the girls. I know that someone said that there was a contract. I know, I understand, but I don't agree. Like, I think that it was a huge mistake. Like, how are you going to bring, like, of a group of, I don't know how many members they are, but of this group, you're going to just take four? Like, are they in the military? Is there something like, no, no, take them all or don't take anyone. I think that in there they missed it. They missed it. Because for me, for these game scatterers, I'm going to be watching because I want to be entertained and laugh a bit and have fun with the content. Um, but I'm disappointed that my bias of Stray Kids is not in there. So I'm not going to hate, but and I felt so stupid because I was watching the teaser and I was like, you know, when you are like trying to see, like, where is Lino? Like, I was like, oh, there's this one and this one and this one, but where is Lino? And I couldn't find it. I thought that it was just my bias hiding, like he always does, but no, it wasn't there. Mm. Yeah, game cutters. Yes, JYP is like unconsciously sabotaging his groups. It's like remove JYP and bring me all the whole groups. Mm. It's just that honestly, I think that is. I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert on K-pop nor anything. But for me, when you take K-pop out of Korea, it's a miss. I don't care. I know that they won the Grammy. They won to be in these American shows, like dancing for in these tiny places with all the crowd around them, as if they were a regular group. No, the production that the K-pop idols have in Korea, the camera work, the lighting, the filters, the scenario, the everything that they have is part of the experience of you consuming K-pop because it's Korean. It's made in Korea. So I think that when you take it to a random, um, you know, I don't know how you call these talk shows. I don't want to see them in there mingling with people, with regular audience. I don't want to see them that close. I don't want to see their poor. Like I want the whole experience, you know. And I think that um, you know, K-pop idols is not, you know, for me when you take them out of their homeland, when you take them out there, it's like it loses the magic a bit. It loses the magic a bit. Um, I remember when I believe it was the American Music Awards, and it was the first time that BTS was invited. It was around DNA era, and I remember the press was awful to them because they were talking about the guys' appearances. They were like, "Oh my God, they don't look like real people. Like they look so skinny, and like, oh, their hair color is so odd. Like they look like dolls." Um, and they were very discriminatory of the guys, but because they don't understand that a K-pop idol, I never met one. I never met one in person. I don't think I ever will. But they work a lot on themselves. Of course, they are not going to look like a regular person. There's a lot of work, detail into their appearance, into their work. Um, is an experience. So for me, when you take them out and put them in these random places, just they will never accept them. They will never accept them. I'm like, leave them in Korea. Like, I'm going to connect and watch. Like, I swear I'm going to watch the content. Um, but, just don't spoil the experience. Don't spoil the experience. You know, Sometimes it's good not to meet your idols. And when I say idols, it's like the whole phrase. Like, there's a saying that is like, don't meet your idols because you probably will get disappointed that, oh, they are not as tall as they say that they were. And no, no. Actually, the other day I was watching a TikTok of someone saying like, oh, these are like the tallest actors, I believe, in the industry. And I was like, oh, and they were naming like there's a picture of an idol or an actor, and there's their height. And I'm like, I don't buy those numbers. I don't buy those numbers. There's certain idols and actors that I'm like, they're not that tall. If you of course compare them to a Korean woman, that usually Korean women are especially the ones that are very skinny, they look so tiny and the guys look giant. But if you maybe put them next to an average woman like me, and I'm small, I'm 1 and 57 um, meters. So I'm not tiny, but I'm small. But I dated tall guys, and I know their body frame. I know, like when I look at them, when you look at someone and you're like this, and you're not looking at their soul, the huge shoes that they wear. When you look at their frame and how tall they are, and you are like this, that's when you see that the guy is tall. But I seen certain idols, I'm like, the body looks too tiny to be that tall. So yeah, I don't buy it. The length of the arms also tells you a lot. So I'm like, they're not that tall. They're not that tall. Like, I mean, they could be taller than me, but they are not like huge. Like, there's something about certain people making these these videos of with the music of I Want a Big Boy. Um, and it's like I don't see that idol like a big boy. I don't know. I think that they are not that big, but well, if for maybe for a teenager or a young girl or a young adult, a young woman that wants to fantasize about them, they may be huge. For me, they are not huge. Um, and I was like, how I actually saw this because I was now I'm following IVE, the group, the girl group, and the leader and Wonyoung, and actually I believe there's another girl. Almost all of them are really tall, are taller than me. Um, so if I want to see if an idol or an actor is tall, I compare them to their height. I look for I look for IVE members, and I'm like, okay, stand next to him. He says that he is 180. I want to see the IVE member next to him. And actually, the IVE members sometimes they look taller than the guys. So I'm like, you're lying about the numbers. You're lying. You're lying. The idol is not that tall. Get me the IVE members, and put them next to these idols. I want to see how tall they are. Yeah, the only big boy for K-pop idols is Wono. Is it Wono or Wonho? Yeah, that is the big boy. That is the big boy. Exactly, Samara. Mm. Yeah, like trying to make jokes with Jimmy Fallon or something is really unfunny. Oh, it's so awkward. I remember it was like me trying to be like happy for them, but be like, this is so awkward. Remember the other guy? How was it? The car ride the with the other guy that they it's so unauthentic. Yeah, Stray Kids were insulted recently at Met Gala too. They don't get the K-pop culture. Yeah. Hmm. And they're treated differently. Yes. Now that K-pop is more mainstream. Yeah, because they fear the fans. They fear the fans. They are like, oh my god, they're going to come in the comment section. So yeah. Yeah, speaking of stray children, you saw that Champion Street for like the first time ever. Really? I want to see that. What? Like just that too? I know aespa rich men got hated as well because America doesn't have the camera work or lighting that makes K-pop an experience. They don't have it. They don't have it. They don't have it, and they are not going to even try to give the idols the proper, they don't have it. So just stay where you are with all, the scenario and with all the protocol, um because there's a lot of protocol, things in K-pop are very curated, and it's because it's an experience. It's not just like, oh, they're singing live, they're just sitting there singing live. No, no. um yeah, it like it spoils the magic. It spoils the magic. Yeah, Asian men are usually shocked. Yes, I was like, Draculaura, I was like, oh, like, I'm like, are we like, sometimes I'm like, the ones that I met are always short. So I'm like, well, maybe, um, I don't know. Maybe I'm being choose like, I dated tall guys, so I know, when you're like, yeah, I know it's tall. Yeah, I know. Or they have a big body, or they are big. But for some idols, I'm like, probably they are a bit taller than me, but that's it. That's it. And that's okay also. That's okay also. I think that, um, it's just that for me, it's like when they label them, like, oh, they're so tall. And I'm like, really? Really? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And also they're tiny. Yeah. Yeah, and also the big boy combo was actually about bigger men, not muscular men in the industry. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was telling the girls the other day. Personally, I like big men. Um, and like not overweight, of course not, because that's not healthy. But I always dated like big men, and big, I mean that they love to eat, that they probably work out, or they used to be into sports. They know about self defense. They used to do all the martial arts and all those things. They are very active, but they also love to eat. So they're not skinny. They probably have a bit of a belly, but they are big. They are big. And this is why I'm like, I personally don't like skinny men, like skinny. Um, personally, I don't know about my future if I meet someone of my height and a bit taller, and that's it. But yeah, a skinny man. I never dated actually a skinny man. Um, no, no, never, never. But yeah, this is when they say big boy. Sometimes I'm looking at some edits and I'm like, well, if that's a big boy for you, yes. With the choreos they're doing, it's impossible to completely sing live anyway. It's like, have you ever tried, like, even like dancing to some of their songs? You're not even singing, and you're like, I'm taller than half of the male items. Short kings. for me, a big man is like, I don't want to say like they're chubby, but they have thick legs, probably a bit of tummy. They have like, yeah, a big back, but they are not like muscular. It's more like they are big. They are like a giant, I would say. But it's like their body frame is wide. Um, um, you know. I don't know. The ones that I dated are like in the mix of being really tall, loving to eat a lot, so they have a belly, or they love to drink beer, so they have a sort of a bit of a belly, of a beer belly. But they have strong legs and arms. So it's not like they are just like, like chubby and not moving. No, actually, they have the strengths, or they have, if they probably, if they weigh, if they wear like a tight shirt, you are going to see that they have a bit of a belly. But if they wear it loose, you can also see that they have muscles, or that they have a sport kind of body. Um, Chubby is right. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah, yeah, probably Samara. Yes. Yeah, maybe it's the. I'm trying to say it in English. But yeah, what I mean is that, yeah, they're chubby, but they're also able to do exercise, or just have the strength to do activities, like not like, because I met also guys, like not big guys, just guys of my height, that they cannot move a chair. Like they probably are skinny, but they have no strength at all. They have no sports background. They have no desire to even, like, um, have some body strength. um yeah, thick, yes. I'm trying to imagine it right now. Yeah, I usually meet men that they are good in, they used to be really good at sports, or they used to be in sports. um some of them used to be in the military as well when they were young, so they have a certain training. um but maybe, with age and time, of course, because I always dated someone that was older than me, so they wouldn't be that taken care of. When you start, you used to go to the gym, but you start like not going anymore. Well, like this is why sometimes when I look at all these muscular guys, that they go to the gym, I'm not interested into like the guys that have a lot of muscle, because I'm like, once you start not going, everything is going to fall. So yeah, so I prefer maybe, just be active, but don't go for the muscle thing, because, and also they are very obsessive about food, and when they get in these crazy diets and they want you to go in the diets themselves, I'm like, no, no. If you want to detox yourself, just do it. You don't come to lecture me about how to, oh, you have to eat healthier, or you have to do this, or you should work out with me. Like, no, if you want to work out, you go work out. I don't need it. I don't want it. Sportive men are so hot. I love competitive men. Yeah, yeah. I love competitive men. Yeah, definitely. They are hot. Like for me, the man that is competitive, that then I'm like, oh my god, his character is so horrible. His personality is horrible. But I kind of like it. I kind of like it when they win, when they are good. I love it. Yeah, and also Jeon and Rose, there's nothing in there. So at least from what I saw, I read a year ago about them, in also another popular, was it unusual ships, and there was nothing in there. So I don't know what you guys see. I know that there's people that ship them and they keep going. There's nothing in there. I think that there's something. This is thinking about Jeon that I miss him so much. He's in the military. I miss him. But there's something about Jeon that I'm like, probably the person that he's not dating, because I don't think that he's dating, but the person that he likes or that he loves or that he is his person is someone that you have no idea. I don't know why. I think that is someone like is someone special, of course, but it's not the typical, like, oh, this it's not that. Sometimes I think that the people lack, like, um like, you think that it's like this idol and that person, this person and this person. It's like wow. um and it's everything so convenient. um for example, if we think about a dating rumor or some dating reveal, let's think about, I don't know, Blackpink Jisoo and Ambo Hyun, the actor. Everyone were like, oh, she must be dating her co-star. Oh, she must be dating this other idol. Oh, she must have a crush because she had this event with this person. And then it was Ambo Yeon. And we started, like, I started to pay attention to Ambo Yeon. I knew who Ambo Yeon was before, but I was like, oh, look at that. Look at that fine man, you know, um, getting someone like Jisoo. I'm like, and then they stopped. But well, it was a great memory. It was like, when you think that, oh no, she has a type and he's over here, and then the universe, the stars are like, it's the one over there. So maybe, it's not, for me, it's like, we have to, all, if you want to get suspicious, like, always think outside the box, like, who could it be, who could it be? A fan will have more chemistry with Jeffrey. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I could see Jeon, yes, getting probably, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he also has this, he has his persona, the idol persona, that is very proper, that is like very controlled. And then you have the goofy side. That I think that the goofy side is when he really is comfortable with the person and he's not being an idol. So yeah, probably like with the fan he would have more chemistry. Yes. He would be more himself. He would let loose and allow his goofy self to come out, you know. Okay, guys, I'm going to start with the unusual ships for today. I don't know if I should change already the. I think I will, just in case it runs out of battery. Okay. Oh, um, sorry. I feel my lips dry. I don't know if it's something about my age that I'm feeling like my lips get dry, and I get very uncomfortable. I get very like, okay. Okay, I'm going to start with this duo, with this actor Jujun Seok. This is the actor of When the Phone Rings, and the actress of Vincenzo, Jeon Jubin. I don't know if they met or if they worked together, but yeah, someone requested them. So yeah, let's see, you know, their energies. Mm, mm. No, strictly professional. Strictly professional. This. Did they work together on something? Because from the actor Joo Jun Seok, we have the tower and the ten of one. So there was like a lot of there was a lot of commotion around him. I don't know if he was very busy or if he was going through something or if he had too many projects that he wasn't that stable. I think that there was something about him, holding on until the end, but he was too overwhelmed by responsibility. I think that this is a man that probably he's responsible for a lot of things besides being an idol. Maybe he manages different businesses, or he has a lot of projects, or he has to be in a lot of places. I think that his energy doesn't feel like like his energy wasn't connecting to her. Like I think that there's something about him not looking at her, more like being busy and fixated on the things that he had to repair. Like with the tower, I wonder if they met when they spent time together, or if they spent time together. I don't know. There's something about him going through a major change, or something in his reality changed in that moment, or maybe something fell apart, like a deal, or he had to he lost something, or he lost his stability, or he had to pick up the pieces of something. I don't think that it was like a scandal or something, but it has to do with work, with work load. um, so I don't see him, just being, that receptive. I think that he was overwhelmed with a lot of things. This was a moment of a lot of like disruption. From the part of the actress John Jobin, we have the Justice and we have the Four of Swords. So I think that, yeah, from her part, it also was like, she was more calm than him. She was more stable like him. I guess there's something about her with the Justice being like, I done my part. I have no regrets. The Four of Swords is like, I have, I'm okay, I'm relaxed. Like I gave it my all in this connection, or I was prudent, I was proper, I was responsible. So yeah. But her also feeling very serious, like, oh, I don't know about him, but in my case, I acted correctly, I was very polite. I gave what I had to give in that moment. But yeah, the Eight of Pentacles is work. It's actually very like it's a very like boring energy. Like, oh, we have to do this, we have to make it. You know, I think that there's something. When I see this, I'm like, they are not even acknowledging each other. There's something just very practical about this. I don't know if they were worried about something they were working on, or there was something missing, or there were things that they had to look up, or they have to pay attention to details, or rehearsal someone, or do something better. But I think that this is not. I mean, I think that they, with the Eight of Pentacles, there's a feeling of like they could potentially work in the future together, on something, but it's still on the making. So with the Eight of Pentacles, it feels like, their paths could cross again. But we have the Hermit. We have the Hermit that is a seek truth. So no chemistry here. No, I think that each one of them is looking out for themselves. There's something about solitary, like, yeah, I'm with you, or maybe I'm in the same room as you, but I'm not looking at what you're doing. So I'm worried about me. So yeah, it feels very, you know, work related, like very professional, very sharp. But also with the Hermit, it's like, we don't really communicate like that. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to continue with Jisoo and Zayn. Jisoo and Zayn. This is Zayn Malik. I don't remember his last name. Jisoo and Zayn. Let's see. Jisoo, Zayn. Yeah. These Blackpink ladies with the Capricorn man in their lives, like they have a pattern. Like, what is it? I think that is a very successful pattern, honestly, because I see it here. But yeah, no, no, romantic, no, no, romantic, no. No, I think that is all about, balance. They are also very cautious around each other, very professional, very nice also. From Jisoo, we have the Knight of Pentacles and we have the Six of Wands. So was she a fan of his? Because I see her just very proudly being like, oh, I made it. I worked with him. I'm so happy. From his part, from Science part, we have the Page of Swords and the Temperance. Does he have a daughter? I think that he has a daughter, right? That is fan of the girls, because this could be the daughter energy. Like him somehow feeling like this was a healing process for him, or he did it for this person. So there's something about him feeling good about himself, being like, I did it. Like this was so, like, I feel like I done something positive, and there's something uh, just very nice and positive. He needed this positive experience, or he needed this positive collaboration. I don't know. It felt very, very nice for him. We have the connection, we have the magician. So both of them very powerful, very influential. There's something about them, with their charisma, with their presence, with everything, just being able to accomplish this and more. So I wonder if in the future they're going to do something together, or they're going to have like a sort of talk show, um, or they're going to have a segment where they ask each other questions, because I think that with the magician, it's like there could have a there could be more interactions, because there's potential of them entertaining the audience with more content, because they have a great, they match each other very well. It's not awkward. But again, we have the Page of Swords, curiosity. So I think that this is like a good beginning. We have the Page of Swords twice. So there's something about, maybe this is coming from him, from science part, that he's sort of like entering this sort of, being associated with a K-pop star, like being associated with that sort of market. So him also learning about this and adjusting to this and being like, this is really nice. Like I actually like this reception that we are getting, the love, the communication. The magician is also very much about people talking about them or people speculating about them. So for him, it's like this is so fun, and it feels like he's feeling young again. This is why when I have the page of source, I'm like, this could be his daughter, but also it could be that this is a way of him healing his younger self. There's something about him, maybe remembering when he was a young star himself. So he's like going back to the the part of being like a sort of like this sort of bubble of the fantasy, the fan service, the interaction, being available to talk to the fans, to engage more, to get in the internet, to see what other people are saying, to create content about this, to be more playful and flexible with the technologies of today or with the platforms of today. So it feels like this is a whole learning experience for him, and it feels so healing. I think that, Zayn is a very sensitive person, that I think that he, with the page of source, there's something about his younger self or his inner child maybe being a bit traumatized about fame. So this experience with Jisoo is like, she's an angel. She helped me, or she inspired me to, to not see this like, oh, this was like, oh, a tough collaboration, or oh my God, I had to adapt to this and I had no idea. No, he actually had a lot of fun. And I think that he's like, wow, she's so nice. There's something about him being impressed by the whole experience. I mean, like, wow, she's so, or she's like so professional and she's so cute. And he's like, wow, just I want more of this. So it's cute. I think that for him it's like, wow, there's still people in the industry like this. Wow, this is so cool. Like he's immersing himself in the K-pop experience. So for him, like everyone is flawless. Like everyone is an angel. Like when you first discover the idols and how they behave and how they are amazing, and they're always in a good mood. So he's like, wow. Like and him like probably battling a bit with feeling a bit on the defensive about collaborations or about music, like him wanting to create again, but at the same time maybe having um, certain boundaries, him being a bit angry at the industry or a bit angry at certain managements. So he sort of put the sword down a bit because of this collaboration, because Jisoo, a queen, for her, the Knight of Pentacles, the Six of Wands, a professional, the best. Jisoo, flawless, flawless, like so professional, on time, amazing. Like she really did a great job. And she felt very confident by working with him. She didn't feel it like, oh my God, like I have no, like I feel awkward. I don't know this man, or I don't know how they do this. No, she went, she was consistent. She was working. So she was ready. Perfect. I love it for them. I can see communication. I can see that there's going to still be more future conversations and interactions, and probably more collaborations in the future. Yes, that's what I felt, Fluffy. Poor guy doesn't seem used to interact with nice people. Yes, that's how I felt. Yes, that he was a bit, ah, his daughter is 5 year old. Oh my God, so cute. But so opinionated. And I don't know, I saw the page of source and I'm like, I can see the daughter being so opinionated. Like, you do this, you do this. Okay, I'm going to continue with this actor Drew Starkey. He's always mentioned here, but I like his energy, so I'm going to give pretty for him. Drew Starkey, and there's this other actress, Calacia or Carlacia Grant. I believe it's Carlacia Grant. I don't know her, but yeah. Drew Starkey and Carlacia Grant. Let's see. Starkey, Carlacia Grant. Hmm. I think that yeah, I mean, with the Eight of Cups and the Ten from his part, from Drew's part, I think that he's like, I don't know, if he's finishing a project or he's like moving on from a project, from a very influential project, um, but yeah, um, I think that he's moving his energy. Somehow he's like letting her go. I don't know. I don't want to say letting her go, but there's something about him saying goodbye to an era in his life. I don't know if he was working with her, but yeah. Um, yeah, he feels like, in this period of my life, I'm sort of moving on from the things that I know. So he's a bit, emotionally, he's like healing, or he's like, recovering from, maybe he had like an important relationship, or he had a commitment, or I think that is more like, um, his relationship with work. There's something with the ten of Pentacles, that is like, legacy, or if he created, something with someone. But yeah, from her part, from the part of Carlacia Grant, we have the King of Wands, and we have, the Six of Wands. So she is more proactive. She feels like more energetic. She takes up a lot of space. She's a leader herself, I would say. So there's something about her maybe liking him very much, but her feeling like more like, I'm grateful for what we have, or I'm grateful for what we worked in the past. So yeah, I think that she is the one that is on top. I would say she's the one that feels more proud. She's also like, we done well, we done really well, and I'm so proud of what we did together. I'm so proud. She feels much more like, confident than him. She's so proud of her work or her relationship with him. She's like, we done great. We were very successful. But I think that I see him like looking, I see her, looking at him, like, looking at him, but at the same time, he walks away. So there's something about, the cards in these connections. The cards somehow show me, that there's always someone like looking at the person, being very fondly of the person, being like, I like you, I respect you, I think that you're amazing. And the other one being like, yeah, thank you, but I have to go. Like somehow being like this, like turning their back to the experience. But I think that for him, it's not that he's sad nor depressed nor anything. It's more like he is like this. Maybe when there's like a season ends or when the year ends, he needs to walk away. There's something that he does, that he needs to get out of certain spaces or break the routine, and be like, I'm not going to that event or that place because I need some me time to recover. uh, but he's like a mystery, I think that he has like a very mystic aura. Um he's very diligent at his job. It's just that he needs his alone time. He's like, he probably will be at his house, or will be, in his safe space and not talking to people or not reaching out. And that doesn't mean that he doesn't value the experience. It's just that his way of processing things is like, I have to go, I have to move on, or I have to not be here. So yeah, but I think that their connection is really good. Actually, we have the Queen of Cups, and the Temperance, that it says, just breathe. So I wonder if she was like a sort of mother figure for him. It feels like, again, with this Queen of Cups, it's like, and the Temperance, it's like, I'm comforting you. It's like, you do what you have to do to be okay. And the Queen of Cups is like this very nurturing figure. I think that one of them was like a very nurturing figure for the other. It's like a mother, like, okay, I'm watching you, I'm observing what you're doing, you know um you go and do you, but be careful. Call me when you get there. I want to make sure that you're okay. I think that you know it probably comes from this woman, from Carlacia Grant, because I think that there's something about work and having to work and put the body with him, that she's like, I'm taking charge. I actually am so proud of my part. I did amazing. And he made me feel like, he also maybe congratulated her and was like, you did amazing, you are amazing, you're so great. And she feels like very um important. She has a strong sense of self, a strong ego, a strong presence, very different from him. But at the same time, there's something about their connections that maybe one of them is like softens a bit in the future, and it's like, are you okay? Like, we can meet, we can talk in the future. Don't go missing, don't go MIA. Like, call me, like, reach out to me. I'm open. If you want to talk, or if you want a friend, I'm here. So I think that this comes from her, just being this, not being pushy with him, but being like, when you feel like it, you can reach out to me when you feel like it. Very nice. But yeah, she's more confident than him. He has another ways of dealing with social interactions. Probably he based himself a bit. She is much more like, yeah, I have experience with people, with, you know she's like at the top of things. When you dominate, when you're like, I'm doing this correctly. A strong, powerful force. Is she a fire sign? That's a lot of strength. Okay, I'm going to continue with Exo D.O and the actress Park Boyoung. Exo D.O and Park Boyoung. Did I read for these two already? Or did I read for her and someone else? I think I read for her, and if this is the same actress, I believe I read for her and Jeon of GOT7. I believe it's the same actress, and she got the same vibe. Is she an Aquarius? Because she's so detached. It's like, yeah, they're all my friends. But romantic, no, no. From Dio's part, we have the Six of Cups and we have the Ace of Cups. So from Dio's part, I do see emotionality. I do see, an openness. And also the Six of Cups is like, maybe they worked together in the past, and he really has like great memories of her. He probably, thinks about her and he's like, oh, she's so lovely. I had a great time. Um, and the Ace of Cups is like, she's probably one of my favorite people, or there's something about him just feeling so, so nice about her. There's this openness, this emotionality of like, our chemistry was great, or I was able to, reach to a level of openness with her. He's very sentimental about certain, female, colleagues of her. This is something just very sweet about Dio. I think that Dio is a very sensitive guy. He really, when he has a great experience, he really opens up, like a flower. And he's so sweet. He's so sweet. He's like his memory, or his perception of the past or past experiences, he's like, wow, that person was amazing, and they made my experience so much better, and we had a lot of fun, and they got me, and they understood me. Or maybe she taught him, certain styles. I don't know if they started in something together, but it seems like he has like this, I will always love you, like somehow, like you help me open up, or maybe reach to a level of emotionality, maybe for a role. And he's like, wow, I will always treasure her. um in the case of her, yeah, the lovers and the fool. So you see, this is her choose. It feels like she's like, yeah, he's my friend, or yeah, yeah, we had these few moments, yeah, the chemistry was great, I was open to him. But it's like, we moved on, or I am, I think that there's something, very interesting about this actress, and I say this because I believe when I read for her and Jeon, she also got the full, I believe. So there's something about her just, maybe when, certain work ends, she's like, she does this sort of starting over, or she doesn't approach experiences the same way. She's a true artist, she's a true actress, I would say. She's a true performer. There's something about her being like, I have great memories of his. I love him very much. I was able, with the lovers, I was able to, you know play with him, and somehow exchange, from his energy, my energy, and we created these great times. But at the same time, with the fool, is like, I don't get attached to my co-stars, or I don't get attached to the people that I work with. I am a free soul. I am a free soul, because in the future, I would probably have to do this all over with someone else. So for her, it's like, I do the work, I put the energy, I put the feelings, I put the emotions, but then I release it. Then I release it, and I let people have their perceptions. Like, was our chemistry good? Did I did a good job? But she's like, I think that is good for her mental health. Also, probably she's someone that she has done this a lot of times, so she needs to detach. She needs to detach. This is not like, oh, I don't remember him. No, it's more like, yeah, it was great. It was amazing. I had a lot of room for him to play, for us to play, for us to get together. But then I release it to the universe, and it's a good memory. But yeah, the Sun and the Three of Cups. So definitely their connection is very positive. It's very friendly. It's giving me friends. And also, again, the Three of Cups, that is the community, is like, yeah, we are friends, or we are part of the same crowd, the same group of people. We are part of the same group, and when we get together, if we see each other, we have fun, we laugh, we are like children together. It feels like they're very goofy with each other, or around each other. It feels very warm. Definitely, they don't ignore each other. They are part of a community. And I think that, this is something that I often get for Dio, that he probably has like a great community with certain actors, because he always gets the community card. So it must be like that he really has his people, and he feels very safe with them, because he always is open. It's like, and to see a Capricorn being so open and happy about, the people that he works with, is that probably he chooses people or projects very well. So yeah. She's an Aquarius. Virgo moon like him, and a bunch of planets in Cap, including Venus and Mars. Oh wow. Yeah, this is why she seems so serious, like so focused on herself. It's like, yeah, I adapt, I did this, but then you know, I I remove it because I'm a professional. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to continue with this. Itzy, Jeji, and SHINee Minho. It's my first time reading this, but yeah, let's see. Let's see. Itzy, Jeji, and SHINee Minho. Have they had like any interactions? But yeah, let's see. Itzy, Jeji, and SHINee Minho. Oh, instead of pulling cards from here, I got this. No, no. This also feels very like, uh, yes. Okay, yeah, for Itzy Jeji, we have, yeah, we have the Justice and we have the Knight of Swords. So, yeah, not very balanced. Actually, her feeling very nervous around him, probably feeling like, if they shared a sort of a space, her feeling like, is it wasn't even, like maybe because she considers that he's like, older, or that he's more experienced than her. So there's something about her feeling very anxious around him, like, oh, I don't know how to act, or I don't know what to talk about. It feels very like, and also her trying to be, rational about it, or trying to be proper, but actually feeling a bit nervous, or feeling like, the time maybe when they met, if they share spaces or experiences, it felt very chaotic, or she felt very chaotic herself, like she had to run around, or she had to go here and there, and she was requested, and she had to, I don't know, study her lines, or she had to do a lot of mental work, and she was very busy, or she was very nervous. So it feels like, no, the vibes are off. From his part, yeah, the Moon and the Seven of Swords. So I think that from his part, he's like, yeah, if I said hi, and if I said something, I don't remember. Like the Moon and the Seven of Swords is like, my memory is very like, I don't remember. Like, I'm probably he said hi or something, but it's very confusing. The sun is the moon card is like, I don't remember well. I'm confused. Maybe he confused her with someone else. I don't know, but I think that he was very clumsy. Also, the Seven of Swords is like, probably I said something, or I said hi, and then I had to go as well, or I wasn't connected. I wasn't. It's very awkward. It's a very awkward. Also, he was a bit confused in that moment. I don't know if it was like, an event and the place was dark, or the place was with a lot of lighting, and I don't know. I think that he was so lost. Like he was like, no. But also he was distracted. He wasn't. I think that there's something about Minho's energy, that because maybe this has to do that he meets a lot of people, or he talks to a lot of people. So there's something about him sometimes, being confused. I mean, like, who are these people? I think I know who you are, but I think that I mistake you with someone else, or I said your name wrong. I apologize. But he feels like, yeah, sometimes I don't remember who I say hi to. um yeah, we have the Hermit and the queen of Pentacles. So it feels, practicality, and the Hermit is like, them being focused on themselves, or also, the lantern again. uh, I'm like, did they meet when things were in the dark? Because there's something about them looking for the light, like somehow I need to see the light. Everything's so dark in here, I don't understand what is going on. But the Queen of Pentacles with practicality, there's this sense of them always being practical, or being, prudent, or being professionals. The Queen of Pentacles is like, they behave accordingly to any kind of situation, because they are professionals, and they are very much like, their energy feels very mature, and also they are very careful about, what they say, or what they do, or how they act. So at the end, it's like, yeah, there's no, it feels like it was work related if they saw each other, but and this is another one that is interesting. I never knew that this is a thing, but let's see. This is for BTS Hobby, BTS J-Hope, and aespa Ningning. aespa Ningning. Let's see, Hobby and Ningning. Let's see. Hobby and Ningning. Hmm. Could it be that someone talked to the other person? I have swords, so I'm like, did they send a message to each other? Did they talk online or something like this? But I have the three of swords, so whatever initial connection or conversation, it was disappointing. The three of swords is like, this is not what I thought it would be. So yeah, from Kobe's part, we have the magician and the queen of wands. So yeah, hobby just being open and just being, popular and being, the magician is someone that is very talented or someone that is very used to being in the spotlight. With the queen of wands, there's something about him, being very proud of himself or owning his own space or his own, interactions with people. He's very nice. He's very, he's very radiant. He's very proud of himself. But I think that this is him just being, acknowledging that he's important or that he's a star. But he feels very secure. He feels like very important. In the case of her, of Ningning, we have the handman and we have the strength card. So there's something about Ningning just being very honestly, like very honest and raw. She does have to interact with people that she doesn't care about. With the handman and the strength card, there's this restriction, there's this stillness of like, okay, if you say hi to me, I say hi, but I'm a bit restricted in my way of behavior. Like, I don't know, um, if it's okay to say hi to you. I don't know if it's okay to interact with you. Like, somehow I feel like I better stay still and wait for you to approach me or wait for you to say hi to me, because I don't know how to act. Being very uncomfortable, I would say, very much like maybe it's because it's a BTS member, so she's like, just in case I will not move, or I'm going to say yes, hello, but just holding my expressions and restricting my expressiveness, just in case, take things get out of context or people start like, seeing something. Yeah, yeah, I think that she feels very like, like self-control, and I have to behave, and it's not good. Probably is Ning Ning someone that she gets shipped a lot, or people just always talk like, oh, she's talking to someone of the opposite sex, look at her. Like, could it be that people are like, oh, she's been too nice, or she's flirting, or she's like, because I feel her like literally like stopping, like just being, proper, but still, and very stiff, like, she's afraid. Yeah, the Queen of Swords and the Three of Swords, heartbreak, it says. Um, there could be some communication, but I think that it was very cold. And honestly, the Three of Swords is like this disappointment, like this very uncomfortable feeling. Did something happen? Like, did people start making things up online? Because it feels like, the vibes are just very awkward, just very like they said, she said, like, um but it all ends up in disappointment. I think that it makes things awkward for themselves. Like, I think that in the case of Hobby, he always tries to remain, with high energy, just laughing maybe, or just being playful. But he's like, yeah, I also, move, and I'm flexible, but I also don't stay that much on fixated on something because people might take it the wrong way. So yeah, no, no. Very restricted, very restricted. It feels very awkward. Like, I don't think that it's personal. It's just that, they are afraid. At least from Nining's part, she was frozen. She was frozen, poor girl. Thank you for the likes, guys. It helps me a lot. Thank you. Hey, Danya. Okay, wait. Okay. I'm going to read for A Team K and Le Sserafim Kazuha. Is it pronounced like this? A Team? Member K. K. K or Key? I believe it's K. Is K the letter? K and Le Sserafim Kazuha. Mm. Mm. I was going to put one card here, but since I got one extra here, I don't need it. This man is so anxious. What is going on with him? For K, we have the Eight of Pentacles and we have the Nine of Swords. Are they overworking this guy? From Kazuha's part, we have the Moon and the Fool. So confused. The connection, we have the Wheel of Fortune and the Four of Wands. Yeah, in the future, they can interact, or there's going to be like a reunion or a celebration or an event where the two are going to be there, or they're going to be seen having moments and having fun and just maybe playing, or going into an event, or maybe an award show, the ceremony, like something like this. But it's just an instance that people would get on camera. But they get, I mean, there's good vibes. There's not like like, oh, I don't know this person or I feel uncomfortable. No. um but I think that is more like, we want to be seen as people that we get along, or that we have fun when we are together, like, we are a happy family somehow. So it's not that deep. But I think that what is interesting is their perspectives. From the part of this guy, he's working, he's perfectioning himself, he's working, he's obsessing a bit about working or about training. The Nine of Swords is him not being able to sleep very well, or him not being able to rest very well, or him overthinking his performances, or overthinking his routine, or overthinking how well he's doing. He's a bit obsessed with results, I would say. Maybe he wants to achieve something in his career. Is this group going to have a comeback or a concert or something like this? Because he's working nonstop and he's obsessing about this. And somehow, he's not in his right, he's not in a good mental health state. I think that he doesn't have time to think about flirting, or I like someone, or I have a crush on someone. I'm busy working. I'm busy, I'm busy in trying to make it, trying to make the best for myself. Or they told me that I have to be better, so I'm working nonstop, and I'm anxious about my future. So this guy doesn't seem like, oh, he's checking out other people. He's not even looking at, oh, love. No, he's worried about his own performance, or his own. He's worried. He's pressured as well. So I don't see it. I don't see it. Yeah, in the case of her, we have the Moon and we have the Fool. So there's something about her also. Kazuha, probably is very popular, or maybe, she does have, um, maybe people that are interested in her. But she's a bit confused about people, or about, like, I don't, I don't take them seriously. Maybe she gets like a sort of, like, someone tells her, oh, I think that this person likes you. or I think that the other one mentioned you, or the other one said something about you. But there could be a bit of made up, a bit of lies. Maybe she was. I don't think that it's about this guy, but I think that in here it shows more her experience about. I think that there's something about people really being infatuated with her or having crushes on her. Maybe other people of the same, you know, company, they do have a crush on her. Maybe she's very popular. She's like an ace, I would say, in the sense that maybe physically she is like the popular girl, or there's something about her style or her mannerisms being like she has a lot of suitors, she has a lot of eyes on herself. But there's also a lot of gossiping, there's a lot of like miscommunication, there's a lot of people in the middle, there's a lot of people making her feel insecure about like maybe she liked also someone, and she was like, oh, they told me that he likes me back. Um, the message was not well delivered, or there was an interruption, or it was someone else, someone left. So I think that for her it's like, I better just detach from rumors, I better just detach from people that they say that they like me, unless if I see action, or if I see the person approaching me, or if I see the person being serious towards me, then I will take them seriously. But from now, I think that she's like, I'm tired of being confused, or I'm tired of being of gossip. There's something about like gossiping, like, oh, they said this about you, or they talk about you, or they were checking you out, like everything is like a big conspiracy. And I think that for her is like, I thought that the person that I liked was interested in me, but then it turned out that it was all made up, and that person didn't even look at my way. So I think that she's like, I don't, ever since that happened, I don't pay attention to what people say. I will just remove myself from any kind of rumor, or I will not listen to anyone, because they got me confused and I don't like it. They confuse me and I don't like it. Or maybe also the other person is not serious, they confuse her, or they ghost her, or they do something funny. So she's like, I cannot do this. If you really like me, come and talk to me, and that's it. But yeah, they will be seen interacting, they could have certain moments having fun, but it's all because they have to be there. Now prepare yourself for the tea. Prepares yourself for the tea. There he comes. There he comes. There comes someone. There he comes. Prepares yourself. Protect me. Protect me. Protect me from the. Okay. I'm going to read for BTS V and Wonyoung of IVE. I know that there had been rumors. Yes. I know there had been rumors. But yeah, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. So requested. V and Wonyoung. V and Wonyoung of IVE. Let's see. V and Wonyoung of IVE. V. Wonyoung. Uh, 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 uh. Okay, from V's perspective, Nine of Cups, the Devil. From her perspective, the Queen of Swords and the Eight of Pentacles. Wonyoung is a very strong woman. And with this, I want to let this clear because the other day I read for her, and also I think that it was How Do They Flirt? And I also, she got swords. So I was like, she's going to start to speak up for herself. And she's going to show that, she's the one in charge, that she doesn't need rumors nor people speculating about her. She is a queen herself. So people start respecting her name a bit more. Um, and we have the Eight of Cups, and we also have the Knight of Cups. It says charm. So I don't think that there's like a connection. I think that maybe there's like yeah, they saw each other, they interacted. I mean, they're flirting with the possibility. They are flirting for people to see them. They definitely are not, ignoring each other. They know of each other's experience. Maybe they know that people are talking about them, so they're playing with the possibility. But in the case of B, I think that he's very confident these times. He's overly confident, I would say. The Nine of Cups and the Devil is like him. Maybe he has a lot of people interested in him, and he's feeling like the best. He's loving the attention. Maybe a bit too much. Um, I think that he's like in this moment, when you I mean, there's no need for me to say that B definitely, like Taeyeon, had always been, a visual, had always been an attractive man. He has a lot of fans, but there's something about him, maybe getting the hint, or him this year being wanted, like, or him, sort of seeing here and there and being like, oh, here, this one. There's a lot. There's a lot. And he's excited about the idea. He's excited. I think that he finds her he knows who she is. Definitely, he finds her cute. Um, you know, uh, it's just that I think that B is very possessive. Is a very possessive person. This is literally the Capricorn card. So I think that is he's like, she is like a dream come true. Definitely, she's my type. But I think that he's overly confident. When you are like, you play it like, yeah, I know she likes me, or I know I could get her to like me. But then there's a part of him where he wants to dominate the situation, or he wants, I don't know, a sort of recognition, or he wants to be like, he wants to be in control of someone. Um, he is very possessive. He's a very possessive person, or he's like, he loves, he has his pair of eyes. Definitely, he loves pretty woman and everything, and successful people and everything. But I think that he tends to be very possessive, and for someone like Wonyeon, no, because Wonyeon is like, no, my career first, my image first. I am the one on top. I am the one that decides. So it's all good. We can take pictures together, being seen together, everything, do it for the cameras or for the attention. But I am working for my future, and I decide. I call the shots. So I don't think that you can get a woman like Wonyeon. No. Especially because she knows what is at stake. And she's like, do you have any idea how hard I work? How hard I work on myself to give it away for a man? No, 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 no. Mm-mm. Not her. Maybe someone else, but not her. But yeah, the Eight of Cups, and I think that there's a resistance. Both of them like acknowledge each other, like, oh, we would look good together, or there's something that there's an attraction, or there's like, yeah, I see you, you see me, yeah, yeah, we will be good. People say that we will be good, but their characters, they would clash because they ambition, both of them are very centered on what I want of the relationship or what I want from you. And I think that the other part is not ready to negotiate, it's not open to negotiate. So they would clash, definitely. They would clash, but they could play with the people's expectation. We have the Knight of Cups, we have the Eight of Cups, so there could be more moments. And actually, them playing with, people have fantasies about us. Well, let's give them something to dream about, But no, no, they wouldn't be good for each other. They would tear each other apart. Yes, yeah, more lay low partners. Yes, yes, yeah, Fluffy. I feel it all the way. But not just that, a very conservative. Like, but he's not open. I mean, a man like him is not like he's going to stop and be like, oh my God, no, no, there goes the woman of my dreams. She's not choosing me. No, he has other options. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. He has like nine, like the Nine of Cups. He has like nine. Okay, I'm going to continue with God 7 Mark and Red Velvet Irene. God 7 Mark, Red Velvet Irene. Hmm. And also Mark, he also got the devil. So he's also a bit stubborn in his ways as well. Were they also a ship or something like this? Because I see with the play card that it could be like people play still with this perception. Um, yeah, from Mark of God 7, we have the devil and the four, the devil and the Four of Cups. Um, I think that Mark is someone that he's also stuck in his own ways, very dominant also, but also very detached, very dissatisfied. There's something about, I don't know if it's about the business or about thinking about other idol woman, idol colleague, idol female. He's like, I don't like that. Like, I'm not attracted to that. I'm not. Um, I think that he restricts himself a lot. He's like, I never, maybe he experienced this, maybe he dated someone when he was younger that they both of them were in this K-pop world. And he's like, no, I had that experience and actually I got nothing out of this. I didn't fall in love. I didn't meet the woman of my dream. I wasn't happy. There's something about him being like, thinking about, other colleagues, women and relationships and fame. I think that he has a negative, memory of those places, those interactions, like him thinking like everything was toxic back then. So I would isolate myself. Like even if I knew that I had the possibility of get someone's number or the possibility to date with this person or to go and see them, I would be like, I'm really not interested. I'm not looking to fall in love. I think that he's a very apathic person himself. The Four of Cups is giving me that probably he had always been popular with women. He had always, like, he didn't have to do that much and people would be obsessed with him. He would attract a lot of eyes attention on him. People would confess to him first, but he's like, yeah, thank you, but you're cute, but I'm not interested. So there's something just like very very odd about him. So I would be like, if you were an idol, don't fall in love with this man, because I think that he's not going to give you anything. So because he's not like that, he's detached. He's detached. Yeah, and from her part, I don't think so, because we have the Five of Cups and we have the King of Pentacles. So there's something about her probably grieving, maybe around the moments where they had to, maybe if they saw each other or if they had to be at the same place. I don't know. I think that she was like mourning a relationship, or she was stuck emotionally on someone older, that maybe she was interested in this person, or she had a relationship with this man, with this king of cups, king of pentacles person. So I think that she was very close off to looking at someone. I think that she only was thinking about this man. Maybe this man like left her, or the relationship was very toxic. So yeah, no. But the Two of Pentacles and the Page of Cups, play. I think that both of them have the same mentality. They are like, whatever rocks your boat. Literally, I have a boat rocking here. So it's like, if people want to keep shipping us, or if you want, we are idols, we do this. If you are entertained, we will always be playful, and we will let you have your fantasies. But I think that both of them have like their own. They are not connected. They're not even looking at each other. They're like more like looking at themselves, and also feeling a bit dissatisfied and disconnected from the industry and others. They have double sun moon conjunction, Aries Virgo combo reverse. Maybe they would connect if they take the time to talk. Yeah, they would mirror each other very well, but there's also like, yeah, because you know that I'm like this, don't bother. You know that, it's not easy to get in their feelings or their hearts. They are very guarded. Okay, I'm going to continue with NCT Johnny and I-dle Miyeon. NCT Johnny, I-dle Miyeon. NCT Johnny, I-dle Miyeon. Hmm. Very nice. I would say they are friends, but what is going on? Why the Ten of Swords? Like, do they share like sad stories with each other? It feels sad. It feels sad. But I think that they're friends. Or were they hanging out outdoors? Were they hanging out, like, were they part of a show that was filmed outdoors with sun and everything? From Johnny, we have the Ace of Swords and we have the Sun. So very talkative, very open to talk to her, very friendly, very outgoing, also spontaneous. This is why I'm like, are they friends? And for Miyeon of I-dle, we have the Queen of Wands and we have the Four of Wands. So for her, it's like she feels very confident to be like, yeah, we are friends, or we are close, or we. There's something just like body vibes, like, yeah, with him I can be myself, or I can show myself the way I am. She feels also treated like a queen, like she can say whatever, or she can show and exude her personality, her charisma, and she feels celebrated. She feels like she's in the right place with him, or she feels playful, or she feels like, she's been treated right. There's something about them being so happy together. But yeah, the Ten of Swords is so sad. Ten of Swords and the Four of Cups, contemplation, contemplation. So do they talk about sad things together? Like, also the Four of Cups is giving me like, yeah, we have fun when we share, when we hang out, or when we are in the same space. Like, there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of things to do. This is why I'm like, is this like a sort of outdoor activity? They have to be seen doing things together or interacting, but it feels very out in the open. But at the same time, there's a bit of, a bit of like, when we talk, I actually like, when we talk, actually it gets very sad all of a sudden, because either they are very tired mentally, or they have, what they talk about is actually like, oh, I'm so tired, or I had to do this and it was exhausting, or I'm not sleeping well, I'm not resting well, I have all these issues. I think that talking, it makes them get closer. There's something about communication in here, especially from Johnny's part, but it's like, when you talk or when you reflect after a long day of work, and all the positivity that maybe they show on camera, it faded away. It faded away, and the conversation got very sad. Um, the Four of Cups is contemplation, that is like this resonance. It's like, yeah, what you're telling me is something that I go through myself. Not exactly the same, but I go through these periods myself. I also feel discouraged, or I went through this, or there's moments where I don't feel, like my highest self. But I think that there's a lot of spontaneity in here. There's something about them, yeah, being able to also display that, yeah, there's moments where I'm not happy, or, in my career, I'm not 100% satisfied. I'm trying, but I'm tired, or I'm overwhelmed, or we haven't had an easy year, a good year. And there's empathy, there's something about like, oh, me too, me too, me too. But I think that they are amazing. The chemistry, they make each other shine. There's a lot of like, playfulness. There's a lot of energy. I think that is great. There's a lot of like honesty. Like, if they talk to each other? Have people seen them talk to each other? Because it feels like really like a man and a woman of their age. I don't know how old they are, but it feels very spontaneous. Like, this is not forced. This is not, I think that, yeah, there could be cameras, but there's something like, yeah, it's not like it's awkward. No, it's not awkward. Probably they know each other from before. And now hold me again, hold me again, hold me again. Don't let me go. Be with me. Be with me a second. Thank you. Okay. BTS Jungkook, and I believe this her. She is a model. Her name is Hyun Shin Hyunji. Shin Hyunji. I don't know this person. So let's see. BTS Jungkook and this model Shin Hyunji. Mm. Mm. Is this was he dating this girl? I have the death card, so definitely something died. Like something was interrupted. Like every JK, this is why I call out people because I'm like, you guys interrupt his ability or his possibility to start something with someone. But I see it here. I see a death. I see like he probably had to stop or he had to somehow like let it die or pretend that okay, yeah, I'm not. No, I'm not. But is moving anyways. It's moving anyways. Maybe it changed its form. It's moving anyways. Probably he doesn't show it, but I think that there's maybe his heart is longing for a connection or is longing to reach out to her or he's like thinking about it because it feels like, it's open. Yeah, from her part, we have the justice and the ace of wands. I think that from her part, yeah, she's probably the more mature one, or she's like getting serious. Um, but there's also, with the ace of wands, there's fire. There's something about like, I want to be fair. I don't want to give more or receive more from you, but she probably is very attracted to him. The ace of wands is giving me like passion, like even if I'm trying to stay correct, I feel the attraction. Could it be that there's like a lot of kinship or something like this? I don't think that if from her part it's like I love you, but there's something like I cannot resist you. It's just that the justice is like maybe she's also trying to be balanced and stay away from him and give him his room because with the death card and this I think that somehow maybe he ended things abruptly. He ended things and he was like, okay, I don't know you, or nothing happened here, everything's gone. But I think that somehow he's like longing for her. He's like, you know um in the connection I have the four of pentacles and I have the strength card. So even maybe they're not together, but they are holding on very tight to each other's memory. Probably they're not even talking, but there's something about like, I'm still thinking about you, or you're still in my mind, or you are the one that I want. The strength card is like, with the keyword is compassion, probably them trying to understand, or, one of them trying to understand, like, okay, the timing is not correct, nothing is correct right now, but I'm still holding on tight to this. So, yeah. Mm, 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 mm. He's so cute. I love it for JK. I love it because he's like, I don't know, every time I read for him, he's so vulnerable in the sense that he's such a simple man, it's like, well, once I catch feelings, I catch feelings. And, and yeah, this is me. I give you me. I like this. Um, but the death card is like, things had to change or things had to end. Yeah, it feels strong. It feels strong. It feels strong. It's just that, poor girl. I would be scared too. I would be scared too. He's so cute. Yes, he's so cute. Let's see. They are holding on tight to it. So let's see. Let's be patient. Let's see. Maybe let's wait for some news or pictures. I don't know. I love him too. Yes. Yes, I love him. I love him. I love him because he is one of these people that I'm like, he deserves a relationship. Give him a relationship now. Like, he's so cute. He's so cute. And whoever gets to have a relationship with him is going to be the luckiest. Yes. But yeah, you have to be, a mature person. You have to be, even you have to be strict with him. There's something about JK's energy that he's so obvious, or he's so like soft, that when I saw from her part, the justice and the ace of wands, she's like the one that calls the shots, or she's like the one that is like, yeah, I kind of want you to, but not now. Or it's, it's not safe, it's not correct, not now. So she's like the one with, with the rationality, I would say, and the integrity to be like, this is, you know, um, or probably also if he had to end things, because I have the death card from his part, so probably if he, somehow ended it abruptly, she was like, okay, you said we're over, so we are over. Somehow her, standing strong. I mean, like, you wanted this, so yeah, I'm respecting your opinion. But she wants him. she wants him. But she's holding it strong. She's like very prideful, you know. Mm. He's so cute. He's so cute. He's so cute. Is there another unusual ship that we have, Fluffy? No, I don't think so, right? My bias didn't get any, neither of my bias got any kind of unusual ship. So, it's not a day for me. Yeah. Rooting for him to find true love. Yes. He's such a romantic. He's such a romantic. No, not them together. I wouldn't pull cards for Lino and other, because I know how I know energetically how he is. So I know how he is. So it's like, if you don't have anything nice to say, just don't say. He's very peculiar. I think that yeah, he doesn't like that many people, but he's like I feel his energy being like, well, I'm thinking about one about my biases, and I cannot think about anyone because my biases are so close up. God damn it, that I cannot see like a potential like. Do they have a moment with someone? I'm like, mm, I doubt it. Who do I read for my bias, Fluffy? Who do you think I should read for my bias? My new husband. I have a new husband, Samara. Is he's an actor. He's an Scorpio actor again. Um, but I don't know who because he doesn't have like I don't know if he has a moment with someone because I don't know much about him. His name is Shin Seungho. I don't know about him and someone else. I don't know much. I know him. There's a lot of content, but I don't follow him that much. No, not Jeon. No. Yeah, the actor from Alchemy of Souls. The prince, that he does the role of the prince. I believe he does the role of the prince. Uh-huh, exactly, Dracula. Yes, the one that played the king. Well, the king prince, I don't know. In there, you can tell I didn't watch. I didn't finish Alchemy of Souls. I didn't finish. Ah, yeah. He's goofy. So goofy. He's so goofy. I watched that show like 10. Really? Is it that good? Maybe I should resume it then. Is because it's like I watched it, but I got bored and then I played something else. Should we do which of the girls? Which of the girls? I know he was in the P also. I didn't like him in the P. He was a DP. Usually, like the actors that that I hate it for them because like every time I remember about Ambo Hyun, I said this a thousand times. But oh my God, how I hated him on Itaewon Class. I hated his soul so much that even when I saw him on uh, Yumi Cells, oh, I couldn't look at him on the screen. I hated him so much. I was like, oh, I don't like that guy. But then I saw his body and I'm like, well, I'm like, well, he does look good in a uniform. So, yeah. Which member of Red Velvet, Fluffy? All the you should pull a card for all Red Velvet members in relationship to him. Ah, how? Um, okay, but how do I pull him and the members? And how many members are in Red Velvet? I don't know them. I don't. I know Irene and Joy. Red Velvet. I know Irene, Joy. Irene, Joy, Wendy. Is it Yuri? 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 Is it Yuri the other one? Yuri is the magnet, right? So are they four? Yeri. Yeri. And Sulji. I know I was forgetting about someone. Sulji. Okay. 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 Him, this actor, Shin Seungho and Irene. Him and Joy. Him and Wendy. Him and Jerry. And him and Sulji. Was he like the bodyguard of all of them, or was he for a particular? Because I don't know why I feel like maybe he wasn't there for all of them. I don't know about that, but you know. Okay, let's see. For Irene. for, and I know, and I know with Irene they had a movie together, but why? Oh my God! Like two fives. Like him got a five of pentacles, and she got the five of wands. So, oh my God, like, I mean, from his part, I think that definitely it has to do that he maybe felt like next to her, there's like an imbalance. There's something about him feeling not good enough, him feeling broke, even like, I don't know, maybe he was struggling economically. So, you know, even though he maybe worked on himself or he tried to look his best, there's something about him not having the confidence to be next to her. He felt very low about himself. Like there's something about I'm not loving myself right now. I'm not liking myself. He probably could it be that he gets a bit depressed from time to time, especially around female women that are seemed to be more successful, not so successful. It's more about energy and attitude. I think that he has like a fragile ego, or there's something about him feeling like I'm not good enough. And I almost joke also when I said this. he felt inferior. She felt inferior, definitely. And from her part, the Five of Wands, this is very Irene. This is her moon in Aries being like, I'm tired of this guy. Somehow, like maybe her picking fights with him, or being like, I don't like the way he does things, or I don't agree with this that he did. I think that he should do this better, or I have a different opinion of what he does. We didn't get along, or I have certain conflicts with him. Like somehow her being triggered by her being like, oh my god, like like, can you do this better? So yeah, her having an issue, her having conflicts with him. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, him and Joy. Here we do look better. We do look better with Joy. With Joy, better, better, better. He got the Four of Wands, and she got the Six of Wands. So there's something about them looking good together. Could it be that people were shipping them or something like this? Because he felt like, maybe they were seen, at an event, and they were like the perfect couple, or somehow their energy was very fitting for each other. Also, because these cards are all in the exterior, are all about celebration, and like, oh, you see us in the out. And she felt also very celebrated. Like, I think that the Four of Wands is also, that when he gets, the other day I said something about him, maybe when he flirts or when he tries to flirt, he acts very protective. So he's very funny, but he's also trying to make you have a good time. So I think that he definitely did this. He protect her, and he also made her feel safe. So, but he was also very, very sweet and charming. And I think that they have a lot of things in common. So there was something about Joy feeling very proud of him. I think that until this day, she's like, oh, he had grown so much, or look at what he's doing, the roles that he's getting. And she's like, so proud of him. She's like, that's the guy that he used to work with us. He made his debut with us. So she's so proud of him. She's so proud of him. And she's like, maybe she saw him like a bit like eye candy, like, oh, when he's with me, he makes me look good, or we look good together. So, we had cute moments. And he also didn't mind. He was like, yeah, I look good and I look great. They made me look good, or they made me look professional. So I think that they got along really well, or probably they were very goofy together, funny, and they had a great time together. I think that they had great chemistry. But it's all about, probably they had a lot of interaction. There's something about them laughing together, or talking together, or spending time. And I think that they really click very well. They clicked so well, so well, so fun. Okay, him and Wendy. Him and Wendy, Knight of Wands, Nine of Cups. Um, I think that, yeah, there's something with the Knight of Wands about him, about her, him feeling like he had to, you know, get moving with her. There's something about her also having a bit of an attitude. The Nine of Cups is someone that is very satisfied with themselves, someone that feels good about themselves, or someone that also is very independent. So there's something about her. Maybe she was going through also a good time in her life. So him at the Knight of Wands is like, when you like, this is giving me like like a fireman, like someone that has to go running towards you to catch up with you. So I think that he somehow had to get more like chase her, I would say, because I don't know if there's something about her not following the rules, or they been like, you have to go over here, you cannot do that, and her being like, no, don't tell me what to do, like I go wherever I want. Her being a bit rebellious, and him having to, somehow adapt to her and be like, okay, she goes over here, I have to run to her, or I have to go with her. So she sort of like get him, a bit energized. Like she had to, he had to catch up with her, because I think that she sort of would manage herself on her own, and she would be like, I will go in here, I will go and do this, because I already have in a schedule, or I already have, what I'm going to do. And him being like, well, okay, wait for me. I guess I will move here and I will do this, and him having to get also, ready. You have to get ready, or you have to get urgent with her, because she's going to run away from you. I don't think that she paid that much attention to him, honestly. She maybe saw him like one of the people that have to be there for her, but she's not. She was more in this process of like, I'm going to do what I want to do, so get out of my way. So yeah, him and Jerry. Him and Jerry, we have from his part, we have the wall card and we have the six of cups. So yeah, I think from Jerry's part, she got the six of cups. So maybe she was very young when this happened. Are we sure that she was part of this? Because it feels like I was like a child. I was a child. And he with the wall card is like him already advancing. Did they have an interaction or something like this? Because it feels like, maybe it happened very fast. I don't feel it like a connection. I wonder if she was there. Because he's like, yeah, this is part of the cycle, and that's when my cycle was closing. But she has memories of him, because the six of cups is giving me memories of him, and very fun memories. But at the same time, he was like, I was in this process that I was about to close this chapter in my life, so it was very brief. um from Sulji, from his part we have the justice, and from Sulji's part we have the nine of swords. So for the from his part about the justice, I think that he was trying to be proper, like a gentleman, being very fair with her. There's something about him not wanting to overwhelm her that much. Is there something going on, like is there something going on with Solji, or back then was there something going on with her? Like, was she under a lot of stress, or did she have some problems sleeping, or did she have some personal issues? Because I see him, trying to be very proper, trying to be very fair with her, very just, but also, trying to be professional, but somehow staying when it comes to boundaries, not bothering her, not getting that much in her space. Because I don't know why it's giving me like something like it would trigger her. Um, or actually like paying more attention to her, or making sure that she's okay, because maybe she was like something was going on with her mentally. She wasn't okay. It wasn't a happy, a pleasant moment for her back then when he was in there. So he was trying to somehow adapt, to her needs, and be extra careful around her, very careful, very proper. I don't know if he was given certain guidelines when it comes to her or her safety, but he was like very much like very proper, very proper. But she wasn't going through the happiest time. Is there someone else? No. Does he have yeah, I don't see it. I feel like maybe with Joy it was more playful, more like let's go out, and but or I mean let's hang out. But who else did he have like a connection that was playful with someone else? Mm. Ah, an actress, Jun Eun-hye, named him as her ideal type. Ah, okay. I don't know this actress, but well, let's see. Thank you, Fluffy. Thank you, Fluffy, because I have no idea. Ah, she's a Libra. Oh, she's a Luna. She's a Luna. Jun Eun-hye and him, Jin Seungho. Mm. Oh wait. Ah. She, um. Yeah, she definitely. She's like, this could be my husband. This could be. I want to marry this person. I want to marry him. I want to marry. I want the family with him. He makes me smile, or he makes me happy. He like, I'm so positive when I'm with him, or like I feel like I could build something with him. She feels very like giggly inside, like very playful, or maybe usually she's serious, but there's something about him like she's like, "Ah, he's yeah." He definitely is her ideal type. Yes, she's like, I want his husband material. I don't know. Maybe she sees him like this stable person. Maybe she thinks that he's. There's something about her, or maybe women now. Maybe they view him like he's so stable, or that he has money, and I don't know if that's the case, because I see that maybe he's like mostly like a lot of actors. Maybe he's building his career, or he's building himself, or he's like working really hard, towards stability. But he's not there yet. So this is why I'm like, he's like, ah, but no, thank you. Maybe he's like, I don't want a relationship right now, or I don't want to get emotionally attached right now, because I think that he has certain insecurities about work, or about appearance, or about opportunities. Their business is very competitive, but she definitely sees him like, oh, I could have the house, the children, everything with him. I would be so happy, so happy. And he's like, he's like so nice to her. He's like the softie in the connection. He's like, like the Queen of Cups. It's like, I'm trying to be gentle with my approach. Like, thank you so much for liking me. Thank you. You're special. I see that you're cute. Like, I value you. I respect you. But the Three of Pentacles also is like the letdown. It's like, yeah, but maybe we could work. In the future, we could work together, do something together. Him trying to see a possibility to make this work, in association, a collaboration. But there's something about him also being like, yeah, you and I, but others. Like, let's hang out, but you and I and others. Like it's just that he with the Queen of Cups, there's something about, maybe because he is a water sign, so he is gentle. Maybe he knows women, or he knows, or um, you know, he gets softer around women. He's like, ah, thank you. He tries to be understanding, considerate, sweet. But the Three of Cups is like the Three of Pentacles is like, maybe we can work together in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your asking. He's like, whoop. but he's like, oh, he finds her sweet. He's like, oh, this that you said, it touched my heart, my emotions. Like he really felt like, wow, she's really serious. She's not making this up. It wasn't part of a sort of a script. I think that she was being very honest, also very vulnerable. Like I think that is she married? No, but I think that she wants to marry. You know, she got the Ten of Pentacles. She wants a commitment. She's waiting for Mr. Right, right guy, and he seems like this. You know, he embodies that. I don't think that he is that, but he's really good at selling you the image that he is. Yeah, because we have the eight among themselves, we have the Eight of Swords, and then we have the Nine of Pentacles. So I think that they could work. They could make it work, actually. It's just that they have limited beliefs, or there's a prejudice. There's something that one of them thinks that, oh, we wouldn't work. No, we wouldn't work because, you know, I have all these issues, you have all these issues, we cannot do this. I don't think that is like lack of attraction or compatibility. It's more like, oh yeah, it would be nice, but you know, I think that there's something in between us that, you know, I don't know if I could with this. Maybe it's the age difference. It is about someone having like a mentality that it doesn't allow you to open up, because we have the Nine of Pentacles, so there's something about abundance. There's something about they could actually be successful together. They could be a good couple. They could be good for each other. It's just that, you know, there's they are limited by maybe by opinions, or maybe other people are watching, or other people are like, oh, you two together? Really? Or maybe making fun of them or making it awkward. So something that could have the potential of being sweet and being a potential and being a reality somehow crashes down because it's been taken as a joke. So, you know, it restricts them from, you know, like, okay, let's stop this outside of camera, or let's continue this. It was in a show. She said that actually he was there too. Ah, okay. Was it in that show, The Handsome Guys? I'm watching that. Well, some parts I'm watching. They don't have subtitles, but is should we pull cards for him and the creator of the Lego guy? Should we pull cards for him and Yujin of I? Or is he too old for her? I don't remember. I know Yujin is young. It's just that she looks so mature that she's so powerful energetically that I forget sometimes how old she is. Leader, I believe she is the leader, and this actor Jin Seung-ho, because she is the one. Actually, I think that he owes his career to her, not his career, but he got, you know, certain deals with Lego because of her. She's 22. Ah, okay, okay. I feel just that he looks old. Can you believe that he's the same age as BTS V? And he looks older. My man looks older. He's a baby. I mean, he's not that old. I mean, for me, he's a baby. For others, I don't know. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, okay. Jin Seungho and Yujin. Mm. Mm. She is the rich man. Oh my god. Also, she's the mature one here. I know she's younger, but she is a queen. What can I say? The connection. Oh, they connect. Oh, the same card that they got with the other woman. He's so he's so what is going on with this man confidence? Where is the confidence? He got the nine of swords and the hierophant. She's doing her best. She's shining. I love her. I love her so much. She could be my bias. Okay. Queen of Pentacles, Ten of Pentacles. Like this woman is holding gold. She could it be that she is the because I know that Wonyoung is in there, so I'm sure she's like one of the ones that bring money to this company because I see her shining. There's a lot of bling bling here, and the connection, the moon card, and again the nine of Pentacles, abundance. So there's abundance, there's potential, just like with the other woman. It's just that there's a lot of insecurities. Why is he so stressed about her? Maybe he's intimidated because she's shining so much. She probably is doing very well, and he feels stuck in his career, and he's worrying. Also, the company card. Is he afraid of the company? Like, is he like because he's overthinking about something about her maybe. So could it be that he said something, or he talked to her, or he said something and then the company was like, got it, because he's like going around and around and around like rules, and what are the others going to say, or what is the company going to say, or what is the establishment is going to say. He worries a lot about reputation, about like, did they call him out? Did the company tell him like no? Because he is anxious about this. He's overthinking. What did the company tell him? Or maybe he's thinking like, not here. Well, her she's working. She's getting her bag. She's working. She's her own husband. This woman is feeling like she's shining, she's stable, she's pampering herself, she's like picking. She's also the company's favorite, or one of the favorites. She is so successful. She's so successful. She shines so much. It's just that, if you see, like, she is all light, all sun, and he is here in the darkness, somehow overthinking something, overthinking about rules. Like, oh, they told me that I cannot do this, or I shouldn't do this. Could it be also fear of commitment? Because the justice, not the Hierophant, it's all about commitment, marriage. Uh, but I don't think that they will get married. But she it's just that she's a lad. Look at this. Look at this. She's also so mature. Like you cannot impress this woman. I know um she's younger. I believe someone said she's 22 or 23. But this woman she could be the one in her 30s herself. She has the mentality of a 30-year-old woman. She's not, you know, and she's so successful. So maybe this is why, there's something about there's this balance. Maybe he sees her like, oh, she's all of these things, and I'm here, you know. But he sabotages himself. I think that he does have some insecurities. I think that there's something about him also among themselves. We have the moon card. So the moon card is confusion. It's like I'm not really seeing the signs, or maybe I thought that you said something to me, or I thought that you made a move, or you did something, and I totally misunderstood it, or I thought that, or you are confusing to me. I don't get you, and you make me suspicious. Like, why are you being like this? I don't see it clearly. I don't see your intentions clearly, and it's making me feel uncomfortable. So come out to the light. Get out of darkness. Maybe he's going through something. I don't know. But yeah, the nine of Pentacles, abundance. There's a potential of them. Yeah, I don't see like working together. I think that is bigger because we do have company establishments here. We have the Hierophant and we have the Ten of Pentacles. So maybe they will be part of a big group and they will be seen together because there's abundance. So maybe, them being seen together is good for their brand. But I think that yeah, he feels so inferior to her. So inferior. I love it. Yes. Mm-hmm. Maybe he's feeling anxious about his pet looking too much like an ego. He's holding on to the grudge. I maybe he's like, you called me. I will never forget that you called me that. I will never forget. Or maybe he's 30. Yeah, but being 30 is not being old. Being 30 is not being old. Actually, it's a good age for a man. Uh, it's just that, yeah, maybe he has certain insecurities. Maybe it's his insecurity about him looking like a Lego, literally. You said this, and I don't forget. You said this. Well, oh well, oh well. Mm, mm-mm. Maybe there was something. I don't know how to explain this. There was something, but no, it was so weird. It was confused. And I think that seeing the cards of her, she's a lot. She's a whole woman. I know she's 23, 22, but she's a whole, like her energy, her power, her success, like she's perfect. She's perfect. She's perfect. It's just that, maybe it's going to be hard for her to I'm not talking about these two. I'm talking about her as, maybe finding love. She will have to date someone older, definitely older, more experienced, because she's gaining so much experience, wisdom. She probably is surrounded by older people than her. So her mentality is like, I don't have time for this. If it doesn't help me build my empire or build my work, I'm not interested. She probably is very serious, is very stable, is very driven, ambitious. Um, but she's also like, it seems like she's unreachable. She is her rich man. She is her rich man, literally. And I think that maybe for her to find a man, like a potential partner, it has to be someone more, I don't want to say like more important, but it has to be someone that accepts that she is the one that makes the money. That everything she touches, it seems like it's gold. She's perfect. She's she's like a perfect asset to the company. She's like an ace as a professional. Now, as a woman, I don't know. I don't know because I don't feel her that like she's like, oh well, I have feelings, I have emotions. She's more like, I'm in my boss era. I'm in my her working era. I mean, she had always been her working, I guess, because she always gets queens. So it seems like she had always been, a leader, an influential person. So it can be intimidating for her to date someone like her, to even look at her. I think that if you are an insecure man, she will trigger all your insecurities. Because probably she's like, if you're someone that you are jealous, or if you are, if you don't want her to go out or, talk to the opposite sex, she's not the woman for you, just like Wonyoung. These are girls that they are on top of their careers, so, and they are used to, having good results by doing this. So if you are like someone that you expect her to stay quiet and stay inside and not interact with people, I think that yeah, you should look for somewhere else. You should look for a more like sentimental woman, or someone that stays at home. Ah, yes, I remember the age gap difference. It's not that different. It's not that different. He does look older, but yeah. Hmm. I think that it's about the status. I think that probably they worry a lot of status, about work, about, who's doing well. Maybe he worries about his career. This is why also he's not getting emotional. He's not. Maybe they're friends. Um, it may be not, but it's not like people. Yeah. You said she have a destined kind of love last time. Yes, I did say that last time. Yes, I did say that there's someone that she is like not paying attention to, or someone that she's like, no, it's not my type, or no, I don't like them, or they don't like me, or I don't have time, I'm busy, and that person is going to come back to her life. It's going to, I think that it's not going to be something obvious, like, oh, I think that they're flirting. I think that this person is going to keep appearing in her life or her line of work. She's going to have to collaborate with this person different times. So it's like, even if she's like, uh, I'm not interested, or I don't see the person like a potential lover, maybe work, or because all about them, it seems like it's all about work and connection. So I think that also maybe relationships, it's all about, who you meet. So I see that there could be certain people like around her, like somehow like but there's someone that is like a common denominator. It's like someone that repeats itself, that you're like, is that person again with her? Like, yes, yes. She cannot escape it. She cannot escape it. She cannot escape her face. Maybe it's someone that initially she's like, that's not my type. That's not my type. Like usually we all, well, not we all, but when you meet someone and you're like, that's not my type. Ah, ah. Sorry to bring that aspect up again, but looking at her chart, she has Venus square Pluto. Oh, destined and difficult love life for sure. Mm. Yeah, because there's something about her, just like, I believe I said it when I read for her. She knows. She probably met the person already. And she's like, I know it's this one. It's just that she's trying to ignore it. She's trying to ignore it. She's trying to, she doesn't want a relationship. She doesn't want to fall in love. Things get very complicated for her when she's in love or when she likes someone. Maybe she gets a bit paranoid, she gets obsessive. Um, so I think that it's better for her to concentrate on work, or like when, like the way I seen her, like this queen of pentacles, the queen of wands that she got last year, I believe. All these queens, like just let her do her thing and be excellent, because in there she feels safe. She feels like I'm doing something right. I'm being recognized. I'm being the best. For her ego, or for her survival, I guess. She's like this. I can control. Now about relationships, she cannot control it. About relationships, I think that she knows that that's her weakness. That when she starts liking someone, she feels like dysregulated. She feels like she loses herself, or she loses her. There's something about her like shaking inside. I don't know if it's nervosism. She gets fixated over the person that she likes, or she gets possessive, or she gets obsessive, and this can get in the way of her getting things done. So I think that it's better it's better to not go there, especially if she is in a connection where the other person confuses her. I think that also she should stay away from confusing men. Mm. Yeah, cannot escape. It's destiny. Yeah, the person is going to keep appearing. Yeah, especially this aspect brings power, struggle, and obsession. Like you said, in the industry, so focus on money status, it might be toxic instead of deep. Jenny has that too. Really? Oh wow. Talking about Britney, did you see that? Oh my God, how I hate that man. I always hated him. I always hated that man, Kevin Federline. Always hated him. Like I remember, uh, I wasn't a teenager. I guess when they did the reality show, I believe it was called Chaotic, of her during her show, her tour. That it was the Onyx tour, I believe. Um, and that's when she started to hang out with that man, with Kevin Federline. Oh my God! When she proposed to him, oh my God! I was like, no, don't do that, don't do that. you're Britney Spears. Like, oh my God, how can you? Oh, she was so desperate. She was so like poor woman. She was holding on so tight. It had to be him. She had to marry him, and he was this broke man with a pregnant fiance. Oh, Britney. I don't know if I was like 18 or 19 when I saw that, and I was like, no, don't marry that loser. Don't marry that loser. But she was so obsessed with him. Like, oh my God. And yeah, literally the reality, I think that it was called chaotic. So it made sense because the way she was acting, and she was also filming the whole project. Um, I think that she was in last. She really had like, because I believe she mentioned a lot of times in that documentary that she had great sex with him, that she had a lot of sex with him, that she just had sex with him, and they were like, very gross about this, and I was like, yeah, Brittany, and like, I understand if you have great sex, it's sort of, especially, maybe she felt very lonely, and she like, it was like, oh, he must be the man. But I was like, that man is, oh, it's as if she picked a random homeless guy and she, oh no. I was like, no, 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 no. I felt so bad for her. I really wanted her to be happy. I remember when I saw that wedding of theirs, it was so tacky. It was so, she was doing a lot of tacky things. And I was like, well, whatever makes you happy. I don't know much about weddings and nothing. Um, but there was something about, oh, it was so unintelligent. It was like, I was like, no, really, no, no, not with that man, not with that man, no. See how a bad decision, a bad choice on a man can ruin your life forever. Hmm. I was a kid at the time, but like, yeah, they look like Beauty and the Beast. I don't. I haven't. I don't remember. But I just feel so sad for Britney. I feel so sad because she was my role model. She was like I adore her. I adore her energy. I thought that she was like the coolest pop star for me. She was my idol. Um, um, she had so, like, I remember her performances on MTV, on MTV Awards. Like, she was the moment, she was that woman. She was that woman. Of course, that there's something about her, like I noticed in the interviews, she had this thing where she would be chewing, gum, and while she was talking. So there was something about her that I was like, yeah, your personality is not the best. But her as a performer, on a stage, her outfits, everything was iconic. Before we knew it was iconic, for me, it was iconic, like visually, like she did it like no one. And I don't care if people is like, oh, but she didn't sing. Like, I don't care. Visually, she gave us a show. She performed, and no one did it like her. Um, and I think that, oh, poor woman, poor woman. She was so lonely. She was so desperate. She was so desperate of finding the one. And I think that all those clips that we have, all those videos, all those images of her being so out of
We talk about Britney, the mic died. Yeah, but so sad, so sad, so sad that she basically like spent all her youth working for others, paying other people's bills. It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. And then for later years to be called a crazy person, um, I don't know. This is why sometimes, what? You cannot hear me? Ah, okay. Bye. Hello and bye. No, I think that life is so unfair, especially for a famous person. Not just fame. I think that it's not just fame. I think that it's is to be successful. This is why sometimes you have to redefine what being successful means to you, because you can be really high up there, you can be the best, but someday, I don't want to sound tragic, but someday if you don't have the right support, or if you don't have the right community or the people, or even if you are not stable yourself, or you don't prioritize yourself, someone is going to bring you down, or is going to try to take advantage of what you created, or they're going to try to diminish your accomplishments, or they're going to try to steal something from you. Because what goes up must come down at some point. And about popularity and success, it's not linear. There's always like a decrease. Something happens. So you have to plan well. You have to plan well, and there's not enough money in the world that can buy you trust. So you have to be able to trust the people that are with you, and I think that this also has to do with who you sleep with, honestly. And when I say you sleep with, it's not just like who you have sex with. No, it's also about the partner that you sleep with after so many years. Like, are you sleeping with a real good partner, or are you sleeping with the enemy? Is your partner a good partner, or are they sabotaging you, or are they the enemy? Because there's jealousy and envy in relationships as well, not just friendships. In marriages or in long-term relationships, there's also grudges. There's things unsaid, or there's this is why sometimes um, sometimes when we talk about Capricorn, it's so especially when they talk about Capricorn women, they always say, "Oh, she just cares about money, and she just cares about getting rich, and getting with a man that is rich." And it's not about the money. It's about stability. It's about, like, for me, at least for me, it's not about money. But if we have bills to pay, and if we live in a house that has services, that has, we have to pay things, we have to buy food, we have to have a routine, like, help me, collaborate. Like, I'm going to collaborate, you collaborate. But if I feel like you cannot do that for me, or you have a problem, okay, I will step up and do this. Like, I will take care of this. But when are you going to come back? When are you going to you know get back? I can support you a bit, but not forever. um and I think that if you choose the wrong partner, um you're going to pay it later. You're going to pay it later. Um, for me, I honestly I prefer to be with an honest person, not to be rich, but to have an honest partner, to have someone that I'm able to talk things out with the person, face to face. I mean, like, this is going on, we have to improve in this, we have to be this. Please don't embarrass me in public, please let's, I will do this, because it's not about looking good, it's not about, oh, what people are going to say, but you are a representation of myself. So if you're acting like a fool, or if you are disrespecting me in front of others, that shows your character, that shows who you are. So, what you choose talks about you. So, I think that sometimes it's I can love someone deeply, but if they are a bad influence, I have to cut them out. I have to cut them out. Or if they disrespect me, I have to cut them out, because um, for me, that's evidence. That's evidence. There's people that they really don't like you. They are accustomed to be part of your life. They probably put up with you, but maybe internally they don't like you. They don't like you, and the more time they pass with you, they are like, you're annoying. And that's okay. That's valid. That, um, someone doesn't agree with you or they cannot stand you. But, what is also valid is that you have to talk about that and be like, okay, you don't like me now, the way I'm being now, or you will not like me ever, because I cannot change who I am. I can improve. You can talk things out. You can, but there's certain things about personality, about decisions, preferences, that, if you're looking for me to be someone that I will never be able to be, so please just let me know, so we can make a decision about this. So yeah, it feels like very like a negotiation, but it has to be like that. It has to be like that. I also, for me, if, for example, I don't want a partner that is like yes to everything. I don't think that it's healthy to have a partner that doesn't know how to say no, or doesn't know how to state boundaries. If I'm being awful, or if I'm treating you incorrectly, and I'm crossing the line, or I'm disrespecting you, please tell me. Tell me, like, this that you said hurt my feelings. Please don't do it again. I didn't like it. I felt offended. I felt attacked. Um, but if you're like, oh, yeah, no, everything is cool. You're perfect. Yeah, just keep being you. I love you. I love you. No, no, those people can turn into a serial killer, and you have no idea what their intentions are, because they're always like, yes, whatever you want. Yes. Oh no. Mm-hmm. Yes. For me, yeah, there's too many insecure men these days. Yes. And they talk, you hear them, and they have all the words that they heard online, and they repeat it. They talk about mental health, and they have no idea. um, for me, as a cap moon, it's not really about having a lot of money. It's about someone being reliable and doing, rather than being a smooth talker and building something long term. Yes. Not necessarily an empire, yes, but something secure, being there for each other. Yes. hmm Being responsible and acting like, this is another thing. The other day that I said, like, I don't like, I usually end up with childish men, that maybe is just part of their charm and everything. But I think that you can be childish with me, you can be cute with me, you can be a bit of a childish man with me behind closed doors. But outside, I need you to act like an adult. I need you to act like an adult. Like, you cannot act like a giant toddler, like, in the public. I cannot, be like, oh, that's cute. No, I lose respect. Also, I was shocked as a kid when seeing adults acting like children. Still now, I'm like, why so petty? Yes. If a relationship is perfect, one of them is constantly lying. Yes. I don't trust, yes, men ever, or people with no opinion. Yes. I need someone who can control themselves in public. Yes, please be decent. Be decent. That's all I ask. Please be decent. Like, oh, no, 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 no. Okay, so tomorrow it's Cali's birthday. It's her first year with us. Um, so yeah, a year, guys. A year has passed. A year has passed. I like playful and even goofy people who are still connected to their inner child in a sense. That doesn't mean you can't be serious and mature when it actually matters. Yeah, yeah. If you're eating like a pig, I'm leaving the date. Yeah, yeah, too. The baby of the house, the loud baby. Oh, what a loud cat. She's so talkative. She talks so much. She talks so much. So much. Such a talkative cat. I never had a talkative cat before. But yeah, yeah, guys, let's see this week. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how Scorpio season treat us. Let's see. Let's see what is ahead for us. Let's hope we can all survive to the transformation, through that if we can transform, that we can transform, at peace. Just embrace it and just, yeah, transform. But yeah, it's going to feel heavy. It's going to feel heavy. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. I'm already tired, guys. I don't know. I think that there must be certain planets already touching my planets, my personal planets, and I'm like, I'm like okay, but I also feel like, oh, wow, crossing fingers. Yeah, I know. No worries, manifesting. I have my exams. So they're looking. Oh, yeah. Look, if this is not fitting. Next Wednesday, and in the evening, I'm going to start a course that is for, um, for promoting, the how do you say this in English? Um, sort of prevention is to prevent addiction, or to accompany people that struggles with addiction. So I'm going to be, participating in a few classes. I believe it's going to last like a month. So probably it's like 4 weeks on Wednesdays, very late in the evening. So yeah, very fitting theme for a Scorpio season. So yeah, I'm going to go in there, but I think that it's very necessary, to refresh what I know, about, preventing, or just accompanying people that have tendencies of addiction. um, so I think that it's important to be able to see the signs, to help the people around them, to help, the addict if they want to be helped. Is And I think that today is not just about, a substance in particular. I think that nowadays we are seeing that, children are more, you know children and adults, we are more like stuck at, we're obsessed, or we are developing a not so healthy relationship with our phones, with consuming content. So yeah, I think that we should check that, and I want to be ready. just because I seen certain behaviors in teenagers. They don't want to be, they cannot stand being far away from their phone. Even if it's for small activities, they get all anxious. So I have to watch out for that. I have to, see, review the knowledge that I already have it. I know about, people with compulsive behavior. I have experience with people like that, so I know how to spot it. But yeah, that's it's tough. It's tough. But yeah, I love to refresh, and these courses are really good because the society is changing. The children are our future, so we need as many tools as we can get. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, here in our country, we see it a lot with the betting online, especially around, soccer games. There's a lot of betting online. Even some football players, like some soccer players, they do promote it. Some, influencers, they do promote, playing casino online, and that's dangerous. And sometimes they do it, they do it with their, they borrow someone's card, someone's credit card, and they go into these places and they put money. So it's tough. Yeah, we have to protect them. Okay, guys, I'm going to go. Thank you so much for, being with me, ranting with me, and playing with me with this sort of like. I promise I will not ask for any more readings for this man, this my new husband. I will not. Thank you for the recommendations, and staying with me. Even if you don't know anything about this man, he's one of my favorite actors so far. Uh, and actually, like, I don't know, because I'm between, Hyun and and I don't know. I like the other guy also of study group. So um, I don't know. I have a lot. But yeah, thank you so much for, just going along with the role play. And but yeah, let's not mention him anymore. I'm done already. Like, I already put the energy. Like, we were trying to be curious. Like, that's it, guys. Let's leave him for the next 4 months, and then we'll see. Let's hope for him to get better roles. I would want him to be in something special. And so far, I feel like I cannot even watch his content because it's not that interesting. But I guess, he's a new actor or a new face or something like that, so he has to, he needs time. So it's not like, oh, he's amazing. But yeah. About the Ive girls, I am really loving them. Like, I'm becoming a fan of theirs. I don't know much, but I'm loving the songs, and I love the outfits. I love how cute they look. It reminds me a bit of Sailor Moon kind of style, of galaxy kind of concept that they have. I think that is so cute. Um, all the girls look beautiful. Like, I only knew about Wonyoung, beauty and everything, but looking at the others, I seen, that they're dressing really well, or they are looking cute. They are looking more cute. Their music is really good as well. I mean, I like it. I know it's not for everyone, but I like it. So yeah, I'm loving the experience. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is still very green. It's like, at least I don't feel, the I don't feel the like, oh my god, there's a movie of his, or like, I think that it's not my type of content, or it's not my style of, and I don't think that he has neither like a strong role. So but the other Scorpio actor, the one that I say that he looks like Chen, um he I'm waiting for him. I believe he's shooting a K drama with with another famous actress. I believe it's the actress from When the Phone Rings, the cute actress. She's going to be playing with him, and of course, it's like a first situation kind of role. It's going to be him against another guy that I believe that the other guy is probably more popular. So maybe the other guy is the protagonist, but this actor that I like is going to be like the second choice. But yeah, cannot wait to see him because I do like him. He's cute. Yes, love dive. Yes, yes. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you on Wednesday. So thank you. Have a lovely week. Bye.